Seatbelt malfunction. Welcome to the Kaku.
Oh, I got my chat feed up again. Whoops. What's up, everybody? Oh, that's like 2 nights in a row now. I left my chat feed up in a rush. What's up, everybody? Happy Saturday. Let me turn this music down a little bit. This song, I love it. My space age funky beat. It's funny because when I first started this show, I was trying to figure out like which one of these StreamYard songs I was gonna play in the background when I did my show, and you usually got the few that everybody ends up using, and I was like looking through the songs. I was like, I want to play something different than everybody else, and I was looking through the list of the songs, and I was like, feeding the ducks. What the hell? What is this one? So I clicked on it and I was like, ooh. It makes me think of Daft Punk, if anybody knows who Daft Punk is. It makes me think of Daft Punk, so I started using that in the beginning, and I was like, yeah, I can see why nobody uses this song, because it's called Feeding the Ducks. Like, who's going to use Feeding the Ducks? Right? Everybody just passes by it. But it's something that I've had for the show ever since, and it's funny because when people go to other shows and stuff and somebody comes across this song, they're like, man, I just always think of Evil CJ. So StreamYard, change the title. Floating with CJ, that's what it should be called. I can't rename it. Can I rename it? Nah, I can't rename it. Feeding the Ducks, though, that's the name of the song. What's up, everybody? It is last minute kind of shit. I was working on the sports channel, trying to get that stuff all set up and ready to go. I was actually going to try and stream some games, some game shows on it tonight, but unfortunately, because I had to do the whole two-step verification and all that stuff, I have to wait 24 hours in order to go live on there. So I won't be able to go live until tomorrow morning. But tomorrow is when I'm going to be starting my sports show on Sundays. I might revamp the schedule a little bit when it comes to this show. Because I don't know, I'm not for sure yet. I'm still probably going to be on, I'm pretty sure I'm going to be on tomorrow night talking true crime, world events, just the regular talk show stuff. But I'm still thinking about what I'm going to do with the schedule. So I know I am going to keep the Mondays and Tuesdays and Thursdays for sure. I think Fridays I'm going to switch the game night hangouts from Fridays talk regular stuff like we do through the week. And then I think for the weekends, like Saturdays and Sundays I'll do sports, maybe Saturdays too, just depending. It's going to be all major events. I'll be going live on the sports show, all major events. And then talking sports Sunday, live calling, talk about your team, talk about whatever you want to talk about when it comes to sports. I think it's going to be really cool. And then Saturday will be like the members only stream. We'll probably do 2 a month for those starting off. And then the other 2 will probably do game nights. So this is what I'm thinking so far. Like Saturday nights, members only, Saturday afternoon, evenings, could be even early afternoons, whatever. Members only. And then Sundays, I think I might go away from this show on Sunday nights and then kind of do like sports from like late morning up until like 5-6 o'clock. That way when football comes, we'll be talking while football's going on. Games are going, stuff like that. We'll have like mock bets, fantasy sports, all sorts of stuff. So I think I'm going to try and keep Sundays for just sports, but I'll let you know as I get to to cooking up here, what, just kind of the game plan of what's going on since I got that new channel. But definitely go sub if you enjoy sports or want to talk about sports, or just want to hang out. Definitely come sub. And then plus I'm going to be using that channel to do the game shows and stuff too. So the Family Feuds, the Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, the Wheels of Fortune, stuff like that, just because I have to kind of keep the music copyrighted stuff separate from the show. So that's the only reason why I'm doing that. We can still do Jackbox because none of the audio will stream through over the stream on Jackbox, so we can still do that on this show. So we can still hang out and do that maybe on like members onlys and stuff like that too. But it'll definitely be fun. Definitely sub to Grizz. Great intro, great content creator, hilarious lives. He just chills back and everybody enjoys it. Uh-oh, hold on, I'm getting blown up here. 1 second. Give me 1 second here. Diablo 4, huh, Cassie? That's funny. All right, there we go. So let me say hello to everybody. We'll go ahead and sneak that away. Yeah, definitely come hang out on those shows. What's up, Kib Kitty? Thanks for hopping in. I know it's a late stream and it's last minute, but I was like, you know what? Let's just have an open topic. We'll go through. I ain't gone through my monthly folders in forever, so we'll talk about whatever case you want to talk about, updates you want to talk about. It's just going to be whatever you want to talk about. Let's talk about it. Open topics, late night knit with CJ. I'll be hanging out for a while. We'll open up the call lines here in a bit. And then, what's up, Cassie? Seashells, thank you for hopping in. Let me say, hey, what's up to everybody? What's up, Melinda? Rockheads. Ooh. Yeah, I'm feeling a lot better. Thank you. Yeah, it was weird. Last night I ate and took a little teeny nap, and then I woke up and my stomach was just like, whoa, the whole night too. What's up, Chalk Baby? Well, I miss everybody. It's like seriously, like I look forward to coming home, even though I only got like 15-20 minutes in between. I look forward to coming in, just because it's about the conversation. Yeah, I know it's so close. Thank you all so much. I appreciate your company. I'll go ahead and explain why I do miss you guys, when I'm not live, and why I do enjoy your company so much, and why it does mean so much to me. Because I don't really have a lot of people around me, right, when it comes to family. So when COVID came, COVID pretty much locked everything down. I basically didn't see any of my family members for like almost 2 years. And when COVID came and being locked up, and it was to a point where, I still had a job, and I was so thankful for that. I wasn't one of those that ended up having to be shut down. We were an essential business. And even though, I still got my interaction through there, but outside, you had to be so locked down and stayed inside, and I basically had to shut myself off from anybody other than work, because if I ended up catching COVID outside of work, I would have, if it wasn't from work, then I wouldn't have got paid. And it was one of those situations where I literally had to like shut out everybody for almost 2 years, just so I could maintain my home life. And so that really put me in a funk, like a real bad funk. And one of the reasons why I created this show was because of that funk. It had gotten and progressed to a point so bad that I was literally like so depressed. It was bad. And so I had watched these true crime channels on YouTube for a long time. Uh, and I was like, you know what? You know, I come home, I don't have much interaction other than a TV screen or a phone or even like an Xbox party chat or something. And so I was like, I don't know. I want to try and see if I can do a talk show and see if, maybe I can try it out. And so I went ahead and I tried it out, and it was amazing because even though I didn't know what the hell I was doing, totally fresh from it all. I really had no idea. I mean, I've done everything on my own. And, as time went on, I really, being able to do the talk show and being able to have your guys' company and your conversation is what lifted me out of that depression. It wasn't medication. It wasn't, you know, uh, have a different outlook. It wasn't, any of these other things. It was, even talking to somebody about what's going on. It was just the fact that when I came home, I could get on my show, and then your company and your conversation is what put the passion back into my soul, put the drive back into my soul, put the love back into my soul, put the peace back into my soul, put all of these things back inside of me and helped lift me out of that depression. And so that's why I do miss you guys when I'm not live. I really do. That's why I always say that your company and your conversation is number one to me, and the peace and positive and progress along with that as well, because all of that right there is what helped lift me out. And I just want to have that be the same space, be the same atmosphere, be the same kind of channel community that can also do that to somebody else. Because if it can work for me, then it can work for them too. And so that's why it means so much to me. Sorry about that little story there, but there's a lot of new people in the show, and there's a lot of people that might not know really how important your company and your conversation is, and why it means so much to me, and why I make it such a point when it comes to what I try and create, maintain, or be about. And it just comes from the heart. Thank you for hopping in, Fallen Angel. I appreciate you so much, and thank you for the hearts and flowers. Definitely sub to Grizz. Give me 1 second. I invited a few people if they'd like to come. I invited Rory. Thou Shall Not Kill True Crime. I invited Grizz if he'd like to hop up. Invited Kevin. Anybody else, just go ahead and send me an email if you'd like to hop up. I'm going to open up phone lines here in a few, say what's up to everybody, and then we're going to go ahead and, I don't know, look into the folder, see what we got. What's up, Crazy P? Thank you for the kind words. Cammy Q, thank you. It is, isn't it? Definitely sub to Grizz, I'm telling you. Amazing stuff. Hopefully he's got some time to hop up. I know he's a busy man. He's working. Guess what? He's working on an intro for my sports show. Just wait. I told him, take as long as you need to, man, because I know when it comes to editing that, I know me. I'm like redoing, because I want to try and make sure that it's, right? There he is right there. What's up, Grizz? Happy Saturday, Sunday morning. Eli, what's up? I appreciate you guys hopping in. What's up, Cherry? Cleo, always beautiful words in any of the messages you type. I appreciate you so much. What's up, Rapper? What the fuck? Get the fuck out of here. I'm sorry. We don't need that shit. Listen. There's a couple things I want to say. I'm not the fucking YouTuber that's gonna kiss your fucking ass. If you come in here with some bullshit, or you come in here with some attitude or some shit that just you ain't vibing with the community, I'm sorry. I got a big ass heart, and I also got a big ass foot. What's up, Margaret? Thank you for hopping in. What's up, SRB? I just want to say thank you to the mods. They've been working quadruple time the last few weeks. I just want to say thank you again. I told them, I was like, you guys been working crazy. Just take the night off. It's all good. It's all good. What's up, Marina girl? Thank you for hopping in. I love the puppy picture. There's the phone line, 812-250-8484. We'll open it up here shortly. The man GZ. What's up, man? Aw, thank you so much, Fallen Angel. I appreciate it. Smash that like, baby. Thank you. I'm so excited to do this sports show. I'm so excited. It's one of my other passions. And I can't wait. And now I got a different hat for the show. I won't be wearing this is my evil CJ show hat right here, but I got a different hat for my sports show. Yeah, it was bad. It was a learning experience for everybody, you know. I'm sorry, the shit just comes from the heart, you know. What's up, Woke Up? What's up? There he is right there, sending an email. Yeah, sure, man. Hold on 1 second. Let's get an invite to Rory here. Hey, buddy, Rory, do me a favor. Send me an email, man, because I have so many emails, bro. It would literally take me a few minutes just to find it. Do me a favor, just send it. Send me one. Oh, you know what? Hold on. Never mind. I got you, bro. Here we go. There we go. What's up, Ruth Ann? Thank you for hopping in. Aw. I need 3:20 a.m. Oh, dang. Well, thank you. Kib Kitty. All right. We'll get a link to Kib Kitty too. Hold on. Let's see here. Kib Kitty. There's your link. All right. Back to chat. Thank you so much, Ruthann. I appreciate you putting that in there. And I want to say, you know, same here, bro. I got a big heart and a big foot, motherfucker. Especially with this bullshit lately. It's like the foot on fucking Looney Tunes or something, man. All that bullshit just makes it go and I just boom. What's up? I'm gonna send one to Grizz just in case he wants to hop up if he's got some time. There's a link to you too, Grizz, if you want. What's up, Kib Kitty? What's up, Rory? How you doing? Unravel.
Hello. How you doing?
Good, man. How's it been going? Thank you for the sub, Nick. How's it been, man?
It's been going good.
Yeah.
Can't complain. Yeah, how you been?
Good, man. I'm doing good. Just a lot of the OGs been hopping up the last couple nights. You know, kicking it. It's been a while. Kind of introducing them to everybody, all the new subs and stuff.
Right on, man. It's all about the OGs, man. Got to take care of the OGs.
You know what I'm saying? The ones that been there since the beginning, for sure.
Since day one. The ones that don't jump ship. The loyal ones.
I ain't leaving them like Kanye West left his friends, you know? What do you mean?
Hi, CJ. Hi, Rory.
What's up, Kid
Hello, how are you?
Kitty? Speaking of one of them,
I'm
right here,
good.
Kid Kitty. Yeah,
Good
just
place to
figured
be
I'd
on a
have an
Saturday
open
night.
night. Oh, yeah. It's last minute, so I apologize about that.
Oh no, it's all good. You actually got me out of a rabbit hole, so it's good.
Yeah? Hey, man, you enjoy sports?
Yeah, actually, that's really cool. I'm so glad you're starting a new sport. I'm obsessed with sports. That's my other obsession.
Dude.
So yeah,
Hey, set
Let's do
some
it.
time aside. Hop on panel. We'll talk sports too, man. Yeah,
Let's
I'm
do it.
excited
That
to do
sounds
sports, man. I'm excited. Yeah, definitely need to.
yeah, it'll be a good release. Just like something else, something to get away from the intensity.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it'll be on a different channel. It'll be its own channel. That way, the world topics and all that stuff. The true crime, world topics, all that stuff. It's not gonna. I just kind of wanted to keep it separate. Just that way, if nobody's into sports, they don't have to worry about a notification going off on me or whatever. But if you do enjoy
absolutely.
it, definitely swing over there and hit the sub real quick. It's going to be fun. It's going to be focused a lot on live call-in. So if you want to, glorify, bitch, whatever about your team, do it. Let's talk about it. I think it's going to be great.
That'd be cool.
Oh, yeah. And even if you just want to come hang out, we'll be there on Sundays.
What's
just hanging out.
your favorite sport?
What's my favorite sport?
What's your favorite sport, CJ? Yeah,
Basketball. What's up, Astro?
All right.
Yep, basketball. Yes, sir. Cleveland Cavaliers fan.
All right.
Dallas Cowboys
Okay.
fan for football. I do enjoy college, but
Oh,
there's
Cowboys,
really
huh?
no favorite team on that, man, because there's so many, and the players are always changing, and you're gonna have your loyal where you're from and stuff, but other than that, it's just like 5 years later, it can totally change.
Yeah,
with everything.
I don't have a college team either.
Yeah. But yeah, man, it's gonna be fun. Even on the sports show, when I do go golfing in real life, I'm gonna take you guys all out on the golf course with me with the sports show, live on location sports, things like that. So it'll be exciting.
Ooh, that's a good idea.
Oh, God.
Nice.
Softball field for 9 hours? Yikes! I bet you're pooped out. Hopefully you had fun and it was a beautiful day out. What's up, Kid Kitty? What are you up to? It's a late night for you right now. Shoot. It's like 10:30 for you.
Yeah. You're keeping me up late.
Wow. I didn't mean
I'm
to.
here. I'm here for you.
It was just last minute. I was like, man, I don't know what to. I was getting all the sports show stuff done and set up and logos and all that stuff, and I was like, well, shoot, what do we talk about? I mean, there's a lot of stuff. We used to do open topic nights a lot, and we'd kind of just go through the monthly folder and see what's out there of stuff that, not even cases, just world events and things like that. So I figured I'd just go ahead and do that and open it up and see what anybody wanted to talk about, man. Is there anything crazy going on with, either of you guys know anything crazy going on? I do want to say one thing real quick, though. Drunk Turkey Show, nothing but love and support on this channel.
Absolutely.
I've been making my rounds like I was when people were reaching out to me, last week when I made my promise to my subs and I saw the venom and the hate being talked about and typed about and all this stuff in these other shows, and and that's why I put my promise out to my subs. And if anybody missed it, definitely go check it out, my promise to all my subs, and if you're either one of them, you'll know which direction to go. But I just want to say, it almost seems like the hate from the show all of a sudden went to the Drunk Turkey Show or something, because it's
it shifted real quick.
Shit.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And it's like Drunk Turkey Show. They come in here. They show nothing but love. And I just want to say, hey, Drunk Turkey Show, it's the reason why I put up my promise to my subs. That's the reason.
Yeah.
So it's nothing but love and support from this show to the Drunk Turkey show all day, every motherfucking day.
Absolutely
If you're
agree,
about-
100%.
Yeah. If you're about that bullshit, because I ain't about it.
If you're
We
about
ain't
it,
about
then
it. Yeah, we ain't about it. So
walk out.
Yeah,
that
go somewhere
door.
else, please. I do not need your shit.
right. We're just check out my promise to my subs. It's nothing but love and support, no matter what. Peace, positivity, and progress all the time. Because that's the only way. We
So,
may not.
I wanted to ask you. I wanted to ask you about some. Did you hear that Ted Kaczynski passed away today? What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I do. I have a video about that. Actually, it's in my June folder. So
Hello?
as a segue, yeah, can you hear us? We love Drunk Turkey Show here. Can you hear, buddy? Maybe if you can hear.
Yeah, I can hear. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Can you hear still? You all good?
Yeah, man, I can hear you.
Okay. Yeah,
I hope
there's
so.
a.
Well, what
Yeah, I
happened?
actually came. Yeah, it's StreamYard, man. It's StreamYard. You know what I'm saying, Fallen Angel? It's about peace, positivity, and progress, no matter what. Here, you know what I'm saying? Listen. We all know life is busy. You know, I'm not gonna sit there and ask you guys to sit there and listen to multiple hours of venom and hate. There's no reason for it. You guys are already
Absolutely.
gracious.
Nope.
You guys are already gracious enough to spend whatever time you have out of the day to come hang out on the show. All I want to do is make that part of your day be beautiful and peaceful and nothing but love. You know? Because why should we waste any time on the hate when it could be all about peace? It's just that simple.
I just don't understand it. I mean,
It is.
it's gotten so bad. It's ridiculous.
It is what it is, you know. Misery loves company. They didn't make a quote out of it for no reason.
Right.
In my opinion, I think it's just a lot of people's feelings are getting hurt because their narratives are getting questioned. So they just got to take it out on you.
Maybe they just don't have as many views.
That's their problem. Maybe do better work. I don't know what to say.
I don't know.
But, you know.
I don't know, because when I look at the views, I'm like, damn, my views are killing theirs. So I don't, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do. I understand.
Maybe they're just trying to catch up. I don't know. I don't know.
Well, maybe if they stop focusing on being hateful, they would probably their channels would do better.
Yeah.
It's just a thought.
That is true.
Like I said before, what other people eat don't make me shit, so I'm all good.
And that's a very good way of putting it.
I'm all good. Hey, thank Jay-Z. He's the one that came up with it.
Oh, is that Jay-Z? All right.
Yeah, that's Jay-Z. So yeah, speaking of Ted Kaczynski, I do have a video about that. I guess he passed away in his sleep, maybe, or something. Is that what it was?
I guess so.
Well, let me see here. I got a couple little videos about it. If there is anything, you know, world events or a case anybody wants to talk about, go ahead. I'm going to go ahead and open up the phone lines here while we get this video going. Thank you, everybody, for hanging out. I appreciate you. And we're just going to be late nighting it tonight. Whatever is whatever. Nothing but love for the Drunk Turkey Show, though.
Yep.
The man known as the Unabomber was found in a cell today. Here's NBC. The man known as the Unabomber was found dead in his prison cell today. Here's NBC's Dana Griffin.
The man known as the Unabomber died while serving 4 consecutive life sentences, decades after his reign of terror gripped the nation. Ted Kaczynski, the one-time mathematics prodigy, became infamous for eluding authorities. The only clue to his identity? This sketch, made after a witness saw him planting a bomb. Kaczynski played a deadly cat and mouse game with the FBI in a nationwide bombing campaign that stretched 17 years, becoming one of the Bureau's longest and most expensive investigations ever.
The FBI, the other agencies involved, are working on this with as much diligence as I've ever seen in an investigation.
His first homemade bomb detonated in 1978 at Northwestern University, injuring a security guard. The FBI would dub him a twisted genius for mailing or hand-delivering 15 more bombs over the years. His devices killed 3 and injured nearly 24 more, all while puzzling investigators for leaving behind no traceable evidence. In 1995, the Unabomber Task Force asked newspapers to publish a manifesto Kaczynski mailed them, hoping it would generate new leads. It did, when David Kaczynski recognized the thinking of his brother and reported him to the FBI.
It wouldn't have been right to allow him to hurt anyone else. He had to be stopped in some way, and that was the only way I could think to stop him.
On April 3rd, 1996, investigators arrested Kaczynski at his tiny cabin near Lincoln, Montana. There, they found journals detailing his crimes, just $32.80 to his name, and something else.
Federal agents have turned up a live bomb at the home of the man the government believes is the Unabomber.
Kaczynski's campaign of fear finally over. Ultimately, in 1998, he said he was, pleading guilty and spending the rest of his life in prison.
Whoa, hold on. I hate it when they stop him so quick. Now it's freaking out. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Whoa, whoa, whoa. There we go. Yeah, that was crazy. The brother noticed.
Yeah, that was the first case ever.
It was his wife.
Yeah. It was his wife first and then his brother. So that was the first case ever where they caught somebody by linguistics, by his writing. So that was very fascinating.
Yeah.
That's gotta suck to get turned in by your own brother. That's gotta suck.
Well, it's crazy because the dude was just living in that little teeny shack out in the woods and stuff, and
yeah, like a hermit.
Yeah, just out in the woods, middle of nowhere, and that's interesting. There is a video, NASDAQ, about the Idaho Force stuff. There's a video that I was thinking about checking out tonight too. Refresh my memory, please. I heard her name. Yes, the Unabomber. Thank you, Kevin. Let me see here. If you'd like to hop up too, Kevin, let me know. We're just kicking it here. Let me see what we got. Let me open up the phone. If anybody would like to call in, you're more than welcome. All right, phone is working. And the phone number is in the top left, 812-250-8484 if you want to call in.
Your panel's closed.
Yeah, whoa.
The man known as...
Hold on one second. Well, kinda. Let me see here. Yeah, if anybody would like one, you can send me an email and I'll send you a link. I'm just not putting it in chat anymore.
Yeah, it's a good idea.
Unfortunately, it's like people want to take advantage of it, and misuse it or whatever. So unfortunately, if you want a panel invite, we'll just have to do it through
Hey man, safety and security first, man, that's for sure.
There we go.
Yep.
So we'll just do that. We'll cover it up, so subscribe, like, and comment. It is what it is. So what's been going on with you, man, the last few days? We saw you on Dago.
Yeah, I was on the Dago.
No, I was like, bro, come on over here sometime, too. I think it'd be a great conversation. He seems like a cool dude.
Oh, man, he's a really cool guy, and it was a great time on there. We had a really good conversation. Just been working on a lot of new material and new content, but also there's a lot of information coming across my desk that I need to sift through, pinpoint things and all that stuff. So it is a full-time job for sure. So.
Oh, for sure, man. Yeah, I hear that, man. So Did you get anything set up to do shows on your channel, or are you just gonna kind of keep it to like videos and just make like guest appearances or something?
Yeah, I mean, eventually I want to get it set up too. I'm still like kind of in the process of. I'm remote now, so it's I'm trying to figure out how to do that. I think Unique kind of does it van life. She kind of does it remote as well, so I will have to talk to her, see how she does it. But it's just eventually I'd like to do my own lives, but for now, yeah, we'll just be continuing to work on content, continue to investigate, and then a couple guest appearances here and there. I'm still around.
Yeah, well, whenever you want to do the live stuff, just hit me up, man, and I can help you get through StreamYard, set up a bot for you that can throw out links on your own, so it makes your job easier.
Yeah, great. That'd be awesome.
Kind of give you an idea of how I do the show, and then you can pick what you like, what you don't, and kind of morph it into your own thing. And yeah, man, because I think, but when it comes to live on location, I think with what you do and have already with, because really you can do all that stuff from StreamYard on your phone. You just need a PC to kind of set up some of the other stuff and to do the screen share. But with live on location, man, you just hit your StreamYard. Definitely have set up like a Twitch, and then just have it go to your YouTube, Twitter. Twitter's a good one, man. And like Twitch, I go to Twitch. I use Twitch for my video editing stuff. That's just me though. But I stream to there. But if you don't want to use it for your editing, Facebook, another good one is Facebook. Facebook and Twitter would be two really good extra, so you're kind of spreading it out at the same time and not just YouTube, and then getting your message out there to even more people, definitely can help you anytime.
I appreciate it, man. Thank you.
CJ, I was going to share my experience at UFO. Oh, wow. That's crazy.
Oh, that'd be cool.
Yeah. Say she was mentioning stuff. No, I did not. I have not heard anything going around in like the last day and a half. Seriously. About some... Oh, wow. That's crazy with Greek life, huh? Let's see here. Yeah, so I was like, yeah, Ted Kaczynski, that's crazy. This is New Jersey. This is the Quebec stuff right here. We keep hearing about it, and I mean, hell, even Josie was talking about it. Prayers to all the people that are dealing with all this air quality stuff from these fires from Canada. This stuff is crazy. I don't remember it ever happening. Has it ever happened before? Because I don't remember it.
Probably not that bad. Not in Quebec. I haven't heard anything. So, yeah, I guess climate change is real, man. I mean, I don't know. I mean, you just keep hearing about these really bad fires every year and get worse and worse in places that you don't expect too. So,
well, if I'm not mistaken, I think we're like a few 100,000 years behind. You know how like the Earth goes from fire to ice? It transitions over time. If I'm not mistaken, I don't know. I mean, it was something like a few 100,000 years behind the cycle of where, the fire end of Earth was supposed to be getting to or something. I don't know. It's definitely interesting.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Your volume is loud tonight.
My volume is loud tonight?
Yeah, that's what they're saying.
Let me turn it down. Sorry, guys. Don't mean to yell at you.
Jane, I don't even know who June was, and I wasn't naming any specific names or channels. So, June, I have no idea. So, sorry if you thought I was talking about them. I don't name names. No reason to. But the ones that I saw, yeah, it was bashing. It was bashing. It was, I mean, trust me, I went through it. It was the same shit why I made a promise to all my subs. Because there ain't enough time for all that BS. Sorry. Needs a full upside. Oh, I'm sure. There's there's a lot of sketch going around. I was wondering that too, Lisa. Like if this stuff was on purpose, you know? I was wondering that too, and then I started wondering, does it have something to do with the spy balloon stuff too? You know, because remember when them spy balloons came through? Who says little like teeny satellites didn't float down from that shit or something, and then have some kind of timer activation to? Because I mean, come on, you have all the way from Washington and Idaho all the way to frickin' New York. They've been dealing with this smoke from these fires and stuff. I mean, how in the hell? You know what I'm saying? From one side of the freaking country to the other, you got these fires going on. I don't know. It just sounds crazy.
I don't believe in coincidences, so I mean, I don't know. That's a lot of coincidences at the same time.
No, the air quality, as in, I mean, did you see the pictures? NASDAQ, did you see the pictures in New York from the fires in Canada? Did you see the pictures in Washington and Idaho from the fires from Canada? Like, that's an air quality thing. Because, I mean, Josie, she was even on panel telling us about how her eyes are just bloodshot because of all the stuff in the air. How her dog, they had to like lock their dog inside now because their dog was wheezing from going out to the bathroom. You can't even breathe outside. And when you're looking outside and it's a orange haze and you can barely even make out the buildings. Oh, I can't imagine. And then that stuff's going in through your furnace. Josie was even telling us about all the furnace apparatuses she was having to make in order to just get the filter properly so it didn't mess up the whole, HVAC stuff. I mean, it's got to be, it's got to be scary. I can't imagine if you wanted to get a loaf of bread and you got to breathe that shit. I'm sorry, Kitty, go ahead.
I talked to her today and she said it finally cleared up. She was going to try and open her windows today.
Oh, it finally clearing up.
Yeah. So she was going to brave opening her windows.
It's crazy.
It is.
I mean, I've seen some of the, it's crazy. I mean, and I've seen some of the, not this video, but some of the other videos, and it was just like, it just went for miles. Yeah, see all these wildfires right here going into New York, PA. Even Jinx, when she hopped up on panel a couple nights ago, they're even having air quality issues all the way up there in northern Indiana.
Enforcement from New Brunswick to ensure we save the Normetal community. More than
it's that orange haze, and that's just filling the sky. You couldn't even see the buildings in New York. It was crazy. You all realize for free speech? I don't know, NASDAQ. Let me know. I'm glad he bought Twitter. I like Elon Musk. No, not saying it's what caused it, but it's just not saying the spy balloon caused it, but it's just weird how you had, the spy balloon went from the northern part of the United States up. It came in from Wyoming, I think it was Wyoming. Came through Wyoming and then floated out over South Carolina, I think. But it went through the very top and it kind of floated, as it went down and then ended out through South Carolina. And it's just crazy. I don't know. It's just crazy. All the fires from one side to the other.
Yeah, that's pretty nutty. That's a lot to deal with.
Mm-hmm. Said there's 3 different areas and they all started at the same time.
Well, like I said, I don't believe in coincidences, so that's really weird.
Mm-hmm.
Is my audio okay? Not too loud?
I don't know, chat. You let me know, because it seemed fine to me.
Yeah. Probably just had the phone too close to me.
That could be. Yeah, if he's... Let him know if he... I can't really... Oh, is it moved to Maryland now? Let me see here. What else I got in this folder? Sleuthy is doing a show. This is True Crime Design.
Oh, I saw that. That was really good.
Oh, you seen this already?
Yeah. Him and we chat a little bit, or we chatted before, and I really like his stuff, or their stuff.
Cool.
It's kind of what we've been talking about last week, but yeah.
Yeah.
It was very good,
Yeah.
though. Highly recommend to watch it.
Yeah, I had to take some of the videos down just because of the names. If it wasn't for the names, then it would have been cool. But with the names and
it's
stuff,
understandable.
once you go monetize, you gotta. That those kind of things can actually get you in trouble. So, but it was good stuff. I hated having to take those videos down. Didn't have to take them all down, just the ones that had names in it and stuff like that. But yeah, it was definitely bummed out. But
yeah,
move on. Make sure. Yeah, you just have to use initials, you know. But yeah, that's so no, I never talked to this person. So this is True Crime Design. That's cool.
Yeah.
Are you gonna be? Why is it showing my face? That's weird. That's weird. There we go. So you gonna be on their show, man, or?
Well, I don't know about that, but we've just kind of exchanged like, hey, I like your channel, and good work, and that's pretty much it. But they seem like smart people over there.
Yeah, I've checked out a couple of their videos. It's pretty good stuff. Wish he could make us all listen to it. You know, I need to join one of his Twitter space conversations, you know. What's up, Protected? Thanks for hopping in. I love those glasses. You got the best glasses. You should ask him onto your show. Ask who? Elon Musk? He ain't gonna join my show. Shit. I wish. That dude, because like Joe Rogan is one of my idols, and it was always fun watching him on Joe Rogan, because you know Joe Rogan, he'll get pretty much anybody to get.
Didn't he smoke weed on Joe Rogan's?
I think he did, actually.
Yeah, that was hilarious.
Like, wow, that was when Joe Rogan had his old studio, I think, before he moved.
They had to be in California, because you can't do that in Texas.
Yeah.
But
yeah.
But that was hilarious.
Cartone, how they send messages.
Yeah, no, he totally smoked a blunt right on the show.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, because you can. It's legal over there, so.
Yeah, when in California, yeah.
Yeah.
You should watch it. It's pretty funny. It's like he's just not. I mean, he's so smart that he doesn't slow down really, but it's just you can tell he's high. But it's just funny to watch him.
Yeah, he just. Oh no, I just feel like he's down to earth.
No, he seems pretty cool for what he is.
I just feel like he's down to earth, and the dude's smart too. I mean,
hell yeah.
And I think he's got like the same kind of like approach about life, you know, the peace, positive, and progress, and you know, just about surviving.
I hope he gets to Mars, man. I really want him to. That'd be so awesome.
And that'd be crazy. Use me as a guinea pig, you know. You want to find out what happens to humans when they go to Mars? I'll go. I'll go.
Careful what you wish for, man.
I'm being serious. Like, dude, hey, I'll come back. Yep. All this crazy shit happened. Hey, there you go. You got to make a better suit next time.
Yeah, it would definitely be a trip of a lifetime. That is for sure.
Exactly. You know, the experience forever.
I'll stay with my feet on the ground.
Have you heard? You should check them out. They're like space names. Really interesting.
Yeah, they're pretty out there.
Oh, y'all good, Kevin? You done with your work? I meant to say Jules of all trades didn't. I didn't even watch her video. I didn't even watch her video, so
No, Jules hasn't said anything.
I don't know. I guess I haven't watched the
No, she
video.
hasn't.
No idea. So, I mean, you can guess the whole night if you want to, Jane, but that's not what it's about. So, that's not what it's about. What's up, Doc Terry? I always appreciate the positive and peaceful words you always throw in chat or the videos or anything. I appreciate you. Mars ain't the kind of place to.
That's a very good point.
Oh, that's funny. That's funny.
They sure as hell can't go play outside, so.
These aliens don't ask them to take our leader. We're doing.
Well, please take our leader.
I mean, there are some. You know what? There are some videos on this UFO stuff. Hold on. I might save that video for the next Idaho 4 night. If it's that good. Whoa, where'd this
Yeah, it's
go?
pretty good. They don't name names either, dude. So.
Yeah, if it's that good.
It's pretty on point.
So what is it? Basically lining up with all the stuff that we talked
Basically,
about?
yeah, just everything I've been, everything that Tommy and I have been telling and all that. They're, really hammering it home. So.
Yeah. Well, maybe they listened to what you were talking about, and
yeah, they do. They told me they listened. So.
Yeah. Good.
Yeah. Glad it's rubbing off on somebody.
Yeah. Let me see here. I know there's some UFO stuff in here somewhere. I saw it.
Is there like a bunch more sightings going on or something?
I don't know. I thought I have to watch the videos, but I could have swore that they were talking about.
Didn't
maybe a
Drunk Turkey just do
whistleblower?
something about aliens?
I don't know.
Yeah, he did. He had something like probably 3 or 4 shows ago, maybe. They was talking about aliens.
Yeah, I just been watching the family phone call stuff.
Yeah.
The last few days. I haven't had a lot of time to really. But it would be fun to go into some night. I love UFO stuff. This is News Nation. Yeah, okay, there was a whistleblower. That's what I thought. There's. Oh, hold
Tonight,
on.
more stunning.
Kind of whistleblow. Let you know about some new program. I don't know.
Something's up with the sound.
Sure. Jules, don't talk fast, but didn't. Okay, Jane, I don't know why you're still on it, honestly. It's done. It's over with. It's later. You know what I'm saying? It's over. Oh my gosh, now we got, I love it. It's like Justice Served Daily coming in, speaking quotes from songs and stuff. Now we got Elton John in there. Your sound went wonky. Uh-oh.
Just for a minute.
Oh. I don't know. Maybe I need to contact the cable company again or something. I don't know. Like I
mean,
was like
it only-
awfully.
Just for a second.
Yeah. All right. Let's see this UFO video. Something about whistleblower claims, Pentagon denies.
Claims from the former high-level intelligence officer who says the U.S. has a top-secret program that's been collecting UFOs of non-human origin for decades. Earlier this week, during an exclusive interview seen only here on News Nation, David Grush claimed a top-secret program.
Ooh, if anybody has this whole interview, please send it to me.
Has several of these aircraft, and that scientists have been secretly studying them for years, trying to analyze how they were made. Grush said the UFOs, also known colloquially now as UAPs, could not have been made here on this Earth. He also alleged that this program has been kept hidden from Congress and the American public. The Pentagon is denying the blockbuster claims. Correspondent Joe Khalil is live. And Joe, you have more details from Grush tonight. What are they?
Yeah, we do, Elizabeth. And I have to say, from here on Capitol Hill, what we're seeing is largely reflective of what we see nationwide. Lawmakers are fascinated by what they are hearing from this whistleblower, David Grush. They are curious, some understandably a little bit skeptical about it, but everybody wants to know more, especially as we're getting brand new revelations even now,
sorry,
some of which you
NASDAQ.
are about to see here for the first time. Even more new revelations from former Air Force intelligence officer turned whistleblower David Grush, detailing never before shared secrets
I love that.
over what he claims is a government cover-up about flying aircraft that couldn't have been made by human hands.
A lot of them were very large, yeah. Like a football field kind of size. And I remember interviewing these personnel. I'm like, even these people are lying.
You know, it makes me think of the gentleman that was on Joe Rogan, Bob Lazar.
Bob Lazar. Yeah.
Bob Lazar.
Yep.
Right? With
Mhm.
Jeremy Corbyn. With Jeremy Corbyn. Definitely check out that episode. Joe Rogan, Bob Lazar, Jeremy Corbyn. Corbin. Yes. Wow. Joe Rogan's the best, man.
Oh, he's awesome.
He's the best. One day.
I found him on Chappelle's show. That's when I first found Joe Rogan.
Oh, really? Oh, really?
Yeah. Yeah.
I didn't even know he was on Chappelle's show, really?
Oh, yeah. Remember Fear Factor or whatever that show was back in the day?
Good movie. Yes, Fear Factor. Oh, gosh.
So there was he did a skit on the Chappelle show, like Fear Factor, and it was hilarious.
Yeah, I remember Fear Factor. Yeah, Joe Rogan's the best. I dream to be able to be as good as him at what he does. One day I would like, because I do love doing interviews, really. Like, if I could do anything, it would be to interview. I just love interviewing people. I could sit there and talk forever, and really, I only need a couple things to start off with, and then after that, we can just sit there and have a conversation and it be organic. That's what I love about it.
Well, the best interviewers turn it into a conversation. So, I mean, you're already on the right track, man. So,
yeah. It's like Kim. Kim, she's going to be here in the future. She's going to join the sports show sometime. And we're going to talk. Yeah, we're going to talk about sports. We're going to have Kim on and we're going to talk about sports and stuff. So, that'll be coming up in the future. Whenever we can make that happen, I'm excited for that because I was like, and even I'd like to sit down. I told her, I was like, I'd like to sit down and just talk about something other than Idaho 4. You know, something that is a passion of yours or something that you love to talk about. I'd like to sit back and just hang out and have just a casual conversation about whatever you would like to talk about or whatever, you know, your passion is. Just something else, you know. Just, we talk so much about this true crime and stuff. I'd like to chill back and just hang out and have a conversation about whatever else that somebody has a passion for.
definitely.
I need to make audiobooks. My voice is amazing and oh, thank you so much.
CJ.
What? What's up?
Some people are having trouble with memberships.
Oh. Well, here, it's an open topic show where we're just doing whatever. So let me see what I can do to help.
Okay, thank you.
I told the mods to go ahead and take the night off. They've been working so hard, and I was like, it's cool. It's just a late night, and I got this. Let me see here. So I'm going to go to my channel. Membership. This is what... Let me see here. How do I... So if I click join... 3 buttons. How do I get the link for it? How can I... See, I'm new to this, so I'm trying to think. How can I get the link for memberships to put out in chat?
Do you know how to do that, Rory? Have a link for membership?
I haven't dealt with all that yet, so my apologies. I'm not much help.
Oh, okay.
Let me see. If I go to join, will it give me a... Oh, here. Here we go. See if this works, everybody. See if that link works. So click on that link, see if it works, and then let me know. And then we'll finish up the rest of this video here, and then I'll double check with you and see if the links do work. I think it will, though. Let me know.
Lying to me? We're having a psychotic break.
Sorry about that, everybody.
Field kind of size. And I remember interviewing these personnel. I'm like, either these people are lying to me, they're having a psychotic break, or this is some
Oh, hell yeah.
crazy but true stuff that's happening. And I have no good explanation that's prosaic at all for this. I mean, this is like tangible technical craft they're seeing up close and personal in some cases when I interview people.
Grush broke his silence in a world TV exclusive with News Nation this week. The former intel officer, privy to top secret information, claims the government has in its possession pieces of aircraft that didn't originate on Earth and has been keeping it from the public.
The wind's 120 miles to the west. Oh my gosh, dude. Wow.
But Grush says he's seen a lot more.
What's
that
up,
should
Eve?
be
Thank you
public
for
as
hopping
well.
in.
I find it very concerning from a transparency perspective that all that the department has declassified were those 3 famous videos. There are more concerning videos that left me with a lot of questions.
Didn't work?
Here on Capitol Hill, lawmakers told News Nation first that soon there will be hearings to look deeper into the UAP reports, unidentified aerial phenomenon, and those hearings will include Grush's story. Congressman Tim Burchett, one of 2 House members who will lead that probe, says he doesn't believe military intelligence is open about all it knows to the public or to Congress.
You have an aircraft that is being chased by military, our best pilots in the world, bar none, and they're defying our laws of physics. We've got something in our airspace that our military does not control.
Senator Mike Rounds, who serves on the Armed Services Committee, says some of what Grush revealed is concerning and, if accurate, should be considered a potential threat to national security.
It's something that you have to be aware of. You can't take it lightly if there's a suggestion that there's a technology that we're not familiar with.
And Elizabeth, as we reported there, we scooped yesterday, Congress is going to be taking some action, holding hearings, doing some investigation that they say will include some of David Grush's story. So interesting there. We know that that is already beginning the planning of that process. By the way, someone else who's familiar with sending things up to space, Elon Musk, weighed in saying simply, I have seen zero evidence of aliens for what it's worth. So that is Musk's thought on this. For whatever
Zero evidence. I mean, come on. If you got evidence, I mean, you're a lucky MF, you know? Shit. Hey, Tech.
I just think he wants to find them first.
Give me your link. Huh? He what?
I think he just wants to find them first.
Dude, I even have people on Twitter sending me personal videos of UFO shit, man. Like,
no, it's pretty obvious.
I should go to my Twitter. And play
something is definitely going on.
I told him, I said, come on the show. You know what I mean? If it happens every time at this time and you're going out there and videotaping it, come on the show. Do it on the show. Get on open panel. Show us, you know?
Mm-hmm.
For someone when I was 18. And that's true. UFO doesn't always mean aliens. That is 100%.
Yeah, that's true. That is true.
Tech Death, though, send me your channel link to evilcj@gmail, evilcj on Twitter. Or if you're on Discord, evilcj number 2540. Send me your link, man. I'll promote your link. And I'd definitely like to maybe maybe we can do something and I can promote your channel as well with, like I do Grizz for sure. Just hit me up because I like working with other people and I like promoting other people as well. So yeah, definitely send me your link and we'll check it out. Arizona Phoenix Lights. Neil deGrasse.
Yeah, that's a
Yeah, I
good
know
one.
that dude's crazy though. Man, did you guys, speaking of Joe Rogan, did you see the episode with Neil deGrasse Tyson where him and Rogan were getting into it? Did you see
Oh
that?
man, I did.
What's up, B?
Yeah, that's the last
Here.
guy I'd want to get into it with.
I was like, dang, and Rogan was being so patient, you know? There's my
Mm-hmm.
email. Check. Yeah, Rogan was being so patient. Let's see. Next, thank you for hopping in. Is the story from May 1st of 9-foot aliens in a crowd? There's other videos here. Let me see what else we got. Hold on. There's some other stuff. Thank you all for hanging out tonight. It's nice being able to talk all this other stuff. Oh, remember Casey White and Vicky White? Remember all that? There's a couple videos I wanted to check too. We haven't heard of that for a while. We'll get back to the UFO here in a second. I want to see what they say. They're saying that he manipulated Vicky. I'm probably pretty sure that he probably did if she was just going to steal a car, take him somewhere, and then him end up unaliving her. You know, I'm pretty sure that he probably manipulated her. So I want to hear what the sheriff has to say. What's up, Kevin? Didn't work? Okay, hold on a second. So the link didn't. Okay, do you guys have iPhones? Because I think iPhones. So if you go to my page and then you click on join at my main page, it doesn't work. How do we fix that? Let me see. Let me go to my settings. Let me see here. Maybe I have to go to my studio. What's up, Sunny Days? If you want to hop up, you're more than welcome to. I just need an email. Thank you for hopping in. I appreciate that. And sorry about that BS. I reached out to Alana, and we're all good with all that dumb stuff that was happening over there. One of my mods reached out to me and let me know what was up, so we're good. Let me see here. Yeah. How do I... Trying to think. I wonder why it doesn't work. Let me see. Members.
Because it's technology.
Yeah.
Oh, hey, you guys.
Pretty much.
Let me see here. Memberships. I'm actually in the memberships thing here. Wow, I got... Wow, I have 30 members. Thank you so much. Here we go. Okay, try this, guys. Let me know if this works. Is that just my channel? It says links to share. No, that's just to join the channel. That's not the membership, but it's under membership. Let me see. I don't see what else I could... Settings. Let me see here. Channel. Let's see. Community. Community. Yeah, I'm not seeing what else I could do for, I thought maybe I had to change a setting or something, but I guess I don't know. I don't see a setting I need to change. membership. Let me go back to the membership page. Let me get back to chat real quick too.
I know when I clicked on the $sign at the bottom of chat,
That's a super
it has, yeah, it has super chat, super sticker, and membership gifting, but no membership in that.
But no membership anymore?
Just membership gifting. Have to join a membership. I saw the join button on your page, and that's how I joined the membership.
Yeah, I have it too. Like I can see it. See, look.
Oh,
right
you
here.
might have.
It says join.
Yeah, they might
So-
have to do it from a computer or laptop or something.
I know at one point joining memberships if you're using an Apple phone didn't work. It was either Android or you did have to use a computer.
Yeah.
Is that what it
I don't
is?
know.
You have to use
I
a
don't know if
computer?
it's. I don't know if that's still the case because that was 4 or 5 years ago. Okay, but
I had to use the computer.
You had to use a computer to. Let's see. I clicked
To
on the
get
link
membership.
on an Android, even though I'm a member, and it went to memberships for me. Yeah. Maybe it is the phone. I don't know. They need to. Maybe it is the phone. What's up, Astrid? Thank you for hopping in. Let's see. iPhone and iPad. May have to use a computer.
Yeah, it
Doesn't
lets
work
me-
on my iPhone.
It lets
Well,
me
they
through on
have
my
to
Android.
have. Maybe maybe there's a video. Hold on. Let me look to see if there's a video on. Let's see. How to join memberships. On the iPhone. Let me see. So how to join. Here we go. It covers all of them on mobile device. Well, that's 3 years ago, though. 2 years ago. 4 months ago. That's probably the same, right? 1 year. 1 year. 1 year. So we'll just go to this one from 4 months ago.
iPad. Here's how to find it. Open up your Safari web browser. Chrome also works. Go to youtube.com. Search for the YouTube channel you are interested in joining. Click the A in the bottom left corner of the page. Select Request Desktop Website. That should load the desktop version.
This
And
is that's a weird way to watch it.
But yeah, from what I'm seeing, you can't join from your Apple devices without going through the either full website or get an Android.
Because that should be the link, I think.
That would be the link, I would think.
Right?
Have them try that.
Yeah. I mean, that kind of stinks if you have to go to the computer just to, join a membership.
Right.
I wonder. I wonder. So, what if there's any gifts? Does it gift just who's in chat?
I don't know about that.
You know what I mean?
I did
Like-
membership gifting the other night. Just because the people that are in, the people that open the gift receiving. So you don't have to be in chat at that moment.
Oh, so you just have to open it up.
Whoever
So
opened their gift button, to the right, anybody can get gifted. Doesn't mean you have to be in the show.
well, Kelly Schwartz just put up a message. Thank you, Kelly. Thanks for hopping in, and thanks for putting up the information there that we can share. I had to join through my laptop. All channels, Fallen Angel says. But Kelly says the link I posted worked on an iPhone. For her, chose the default browser when the pop-up came up and it opened up asking me to click to join and so on. It does work.
Oh, cool.
And then turn on the gifting too. Maybe I need an... I'm sorry, Doc. Doc's been trying for a few days again. Hold on. Let me put that message. I'll read what Kelly said again. The link I posted worked on an iPhone. Choose default browser when the pop-up came up and it opened up asking to click to join and so on. Thank you, V. I always appreciate your positive and peaceful words. So I appreciate that, Kelly. Thank you for putting that up there. No, you're not, Doc. No, you're not. Don't worry about that. Not at all. I feel bad for you guys that you can't just click on something and it works, so it's not a problem. Trust me. We're just hanging out anyway. We're late nighting it. We're just chilling, talking about whatever, even if it's true crime or UFOs or whatever. It's just hanging out, just enjoying the company. I appreciate you guys. What's up, Kevin? What are you doing, man? I heard you're going to be doing some laser work soon.
I'm actually figuring out how I want to make the sign that I'm working on right now look. So I'm playing around with a tablet, trying to get the right name of something.
Well, I'm going to check out this Casey White manipulated Vicky. Hopefully that works. And then do me a favor. If that don't work, send me an email, and then we can copy that and paste it and send it to you. Hopefully it does work. I apologize. I don't know why you just can't click on it and it works. It doesn't make any sense. And definitely, if you enjoy sports, I'm going to be doing a sports show starting tomorrow. So if you enjoy listening, talking, or you just want to hang out, definitely come on over there. It's the new channel that I got going for sports and games. We'll be doing game shows on there too, but mostly sports. I'm excited. It's my other passion. Rory's passionate too. He's going to be joining us sometimes as well, so that'll be awesome.
Absolutely.
Yeah, we'll be having live call-ins, panel, just kicking it back.
Yeah, that'll be a good time.
Yeah. Usually takes you to the website.
What time are you starting tomorrow?
I'm not sure, man. It depends. I'll probably, because tomorrow I'm still gonna have my Evil CJ show tomorrow night, because I'm still kind of figuring out my schedule. But tomorrow will probably just be like a couple hour sports show, just kind of introducing the show. Just hanging out, talking sports or whatever for a couple hours. But I'm thinking I'm not going to be doing the true crime world events Sunday nights anymore after this, and I'm probably going to do like a 6-7 hour sports show on Sundays, and Sundays will just be for sports. That way I can get on 11, a little bit before the first football game would start or something, chit chat with everybody, hang out with everybody for the first 2 football games, kind of chilling it, and then any of your major sporting events, you know, the NBA finals, things like that, you know, just all your different sporting events, just sports. Thank you for the sponsor. I appreciate that, Kelly. The membership. Yeah, I'm excited though. Talk sports. What's your favorite teams, man?
I'm a baseball guy, so Yankees.
Baseball.
Yeah, Yankees are my team. And that's pretty much it. I don't like any other. No, I'm kidding. I love baseball in general, but I just really I only have time to follow the Yankees right now. So
yeah.
But I like all sports, man.
I'm a Cleveland Guardians fan. It's weird saying that, but
yeah, that is. But it is what it is.
Yeah.
Yeah. Good team though.
Oh, you're good, Doc. It's one of those, you know, they get close and something always happens. It's always been that way.
I understand
It's
that.
always been that way. What's up, Kevin?
Welcome to the Cleveland sports teams.
Yeah. Hey, at least we got. Oh, I took my banner down, but that's another thing. I need to figure out a different background for my sports show. But I got my Cleveland stuff hanging up on one wall. My Cavs and.
Are you a Browns fan?
No. Cowboys.
Good.
Cowboys.
That's a good choice.
I can't stand the Browns.
No, they're horrible.
Aw. Look at that, V.
Oh, V, thank you so much. That's very nice of you. Thank you. It's very nice.
Boot bow.
I'm thinking about making a t-shirt or something that says boots on the ground. Everybody calls me boots on the ground, so I'm thinking of like making a shirt or something.
There you go.
There you go.
That'd be cool. I'll have to put that on the list of things to do.
I can hook you up with the website and how to make merch because I have my own merch too. I'll go ahead.
All right, on. Yeah, that'd be cool.
Yeah, I got my own merch, and you can link it up with your YouTube and stuff, so it's all uniform.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah, I'll hook you up, dude. Get you a bot, merch store, you know, all that stuff. I'll help you
get professional.
Yeah, this is the merch. No, it's just nice that, you know, the community can buy things. I do all my stuff custom. So if anybody wants an item on there, I actually get a logo that has your YouTube name on it, so you can have your YouTube name.
Oh, that's cool. That's
you know, all sorts of different. Yeah, so every item is custom, so that way it has your YouTube name on it or whatever. Yeah, we got Dre coffee cup, Kib Kitty hoodie, cherries, because my mods are my angels. They're my pit bulls disguised as angels, so I call them CJ's Angels. I even have a CJ's Angel logo.
Yeah,
you know, that you can have on your t-shirt. Yeah. Yeah.
No, good for you. That's what you got to be, man. Especially on YouTube.
Yeah.
I like the idea, man. That's really cool.
Phillies. Hey, Woke, definitely.
Man, I wanted them to win so bad last year. Because I love Bryce Harper. I'm a huge Bryce Harper fan. So.
I'll check out yours. Oh, there is.
Well, my favorite college team is Iowa Hawkeye football and basketball.
Is that your alma mater? Did you go to school there?
Them.
Oh, you just like them?
No, I didn't. Yeah. And then Minnesota Vikings for football.
That's a tough team to root for too, man. It's just like,
yeah,
I want them to win so bad, they just can never do it.
I know, but I've been a loyal Viking fan forever. So one day,
Chalk Baby. Chalk Baby says
one day
she lives in Iowa. Are you a Vikings fan, Chalk Baby? What do you root for football? Yeah, I'm excited for this sports show. It's going to be fun. I definitely encourage anybody to call in too. I'm going to be setting up a different phone number. So the Evil CJ Sports Show is going to have a different phone number than the Evil CJ Show. It's going to be completely separate. That way the two numbers aren't, I'm just trying to keep it separate. It sucks that I'm not going to be able to let you guys know when I go live, if somebody does miss a sub on there. But I just wanted to make sure I kept it separate. I think it's going to be fun. But I'll never stop talking about world events and true crime and stuff. If anything, it'll be 2/3 that and 1/3 sports if it ever gets to a certain point. I used to be a Vikings fan when I watched with my ex, but I haven't watched sports in years. Yeah. Well, come hang out. I mean, I'm even thinking about doing like fantasy sports on my sports show too, where we get into fantasy sports. Y'all can hop on. I'll have my own fantasy league. You guys can join. Come talk about your fantasy team too. I think it's going to be really cool. I'm definitely going to be setting up a fantasy football league for the NFL this upcoming season. So pay him. Tell your husband I'm going to be setting up a fantasy football league and to come sub to the sports show. Because he was trying to get me in one last year and I didn't get to it. Huh?
Are you a sports bettor, CJ?
No, I don't gamble because whenever I do gamble, I usually lose, so I just don't do it. If I do bet, it's like on these websites that because there's like a casino website that I go to, and you can do like it's not real, but it is real when it comes to the bets and the odds and all that stuff. But I do like that kind of betting and stuff. But no, I don't really go to your casino or anything like that. If I do play anything real, it's Texas Hold'em poker. I definitely will play and bet real money with that. I will bet real money with that because I'm about that poker.
That's how I feel about sports betting. Yeah.
We get in football pools every year for the Super Bowl.
I love documentaries.
That's a good time.
Yeah, I love the football pools are fun too. I think it'll be fun though, having a fantasy football for the sports show. Definitely be neat. Get everybody involved.
That'll be fun.
Yeah, I agree.
I guess I'm weird. I don't follow sports.
Are you gonna set up like a pool, like whoever wins?
What'd you say, Rory?
I was gonna say if he was gonna set up like a pool, or whoever wins like the fantasy football league or whatever, you get like $100 or something.
I wouldn't do money. I would do merch.
That'd be cool.
Yeah, I'd do merch. Yeah. Like the
merch. There you go. Something. Something.
Yeah, because at the end of the football season, it's cold, so I would give them like a custom hoodie as the prize, custom hoodie and a cap.
There you go.
Whatever, two items of their choice.
That's a great idea.
Yeah.
We will be doing a giveaway too. Go ahead, Kid.
You don't want to do money.
No.
You don't want to get.
Yeah, whatever. Merch. Like a prize is what I should have said. Yeah, prize.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I said merch. But yeah, we'll be doing a giveaway soon too. Because I mean, hell, we already went to 1,000. We're about to hit 2. So we'll be doing a giveaway soon. July 4th is when I plan on. Thank you, I appreciate that. July 4th, I'm gonna do a giveaway that holiday weekend. So probably the Monday night, because I think July 4th is on a Tuesday, right?
I have no idea.
I think it's on a Tuesday. I might do the giveaway night like the Monday night before July 4th, like July 3rd night, do a big giveaway night. I think that'll be fun. So we'll have that. We'll do it'll basically be you got to be in chat. You got to be in chat, and then I'm going to have it set up to where I'm getting some feedback pretty bad from somewhere. I'm going to set it up to where you have to be in chat, and you have to type ! something to be entered into the giveaway, and then the program is automatically gonna do like the generate the whatever, so it just picks the winners. And it's not just gonna be one. It's gonna be, I'll probably do like 3 or 4, maybe 5 even. So it's not just going to be one winner. It's going to be multiple as well. But I'll have more details coming up when I get all that squared away in the next week and a half or so. I'm getting some kind of feedback from you, Rory. I don't, like, maybe I can hear my voice
from me
in yours. Yeah, I can hear like my voice in the back a little bit.
Oh, I don't know.
Dang,
Sorry
Kevin's
about that.
doing some laser work. Hold on one second. What's Kevin doing?
Yeah, that's interesting.
I killed my mic since you were talking, but yeah, I finally got it done. And
What are you doing?
Wrong, way too dim.
What are you working on, man? What is it supposed to say? Oh.
Maybe that was the feedback.
No, that wasn't the feedback.
No, they were muted. No, they were muted. The only traveling I do is in my mind. I hear that too. I love traveling. I miss traveling. Now I can hear me in the background. It might be earbud or something. Right? You got earbuds on?
No, I don't.
Grand open.
I'm gonna have to reset this up on the other side of the board.
Yeah, I ain't been traveling enough either. I miss traveling. Let me see. Somebody's a Bucks fan. Hold on. Where was that?
Yeah, I'm a big Giannis fan. I like him a lot.
I was a big.
I like his mentality.
Oh wow, Mike Allstott. I forgot about him. Yeah, that's when
that's way back.
Brad Johnson was the quarterback.
Yeah, that was our first Super Bowl.
Dang. That is crazy. What is that? Canasta?
Canasta?
Canasta? What is that?
I've never heard of that. Please tell us what that is. I've never heard of it.
It's a card game.
It's a card game?
Oh.
Yep. I played
Okay.
I played one similar called Hand and Foot as a kid with my parents.
Oh, you
or with
could
my
be.
dad, so
Hmm.
yeah,
Okay.
I'm somewhat familiar with it. There's a few minor differences. I don't know what they are though.
The A Train, Mike Allstott. Wow, yeah, that's back when they won the championship then.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's check out this Casey White video real quick. I want to hear how he manipulated her. And then we'll get back to chat. Thank you guys for hanging out. Appreciate it.
All right, well, now let's welcome the other man at the center of all of this, retired Sheriff of Lauderdale County, Alabama, Mr. Rick Singleton. Sheriff, thank you so much for joining us.
Love and lockdown.
So we just kind of revisited a case that certainly was at the center of your world for, a tumultuous 11 days. Sheriff, what does justice look like for Casey White at this point?
Well, Casey White more than likely is going to spend the rest of his life in prison, and that's exactly where he belongs. Fortunately, he didn't get the death penalty.
Well, Sheriff, White has another case coming up in a few months. It involves the murder of Connie Ridgway. He confessed, but then recanted. That's happened in the past. Do you think he will ultimately plead guilty to Connie's murder?
I'd be surprised if he pleads guilty, but you hit it right. As far as manipulation, he not only manipulated Vicky White, but he manipulates the system. So, who knows what next move he may have up his sleeve.
Well, Sheriff, so many people want to know more about him. You've certainly had some interactions with him. Again, you were at the center of the case when both of them were on the run. Do you think he is, in fact, a master manipulator? Was he able to convince Vicky to willingly go with him?
Absolutely. There's no question that Casey White is a master manipulator. He most certainly manipulated Vicky White. Vicky White was a model employee for 17 years. She bought into his manipulation, hook, line, and sinker. I think Vicky White had genuine affection for Casey White. Why else in the world would anyone risk everything they've worked for and earned, desert their family, their friends, their coworkers, and basically sell out if she didn't have genuine feelings for him? So I most definitely think Vicky felt a lot of love for Casey White, but I think Casey White manipulated her and used her to get what he wanted, and that was to get out of jail.
And I certainly do remember. I mean, that was the thing that we kept hearing time and time again. I mean, everybody just said this was so unlike her, so unlike the Vicky that they had known, for years, for decades. Sheriff, we're now a year later. How has this changed the community there? Even you, I mean, do you believe that this was all real? It all actually happened?
Well, it certainly still seems surreal. In law enforcement, especially over my career, it spanned 5 decades, you see a lot, and a lot of things you just can't really wrap your mind around how in the world or why in the world this happened.
Right.
This is certainly one of those situations during my career.
I don't know. Do you think she was just in love with him, or do you think he really did manipulate her? I don't know. I mean,
I'm not very familiar with the situation.
Oh, really? You never heard about any of this when it went down?
No, not really.
Yeah, it was crazy.
When did this happen?
Last year. Last summer. It was about a year ago, actually. Honestly.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, right around this time. I'm really hearing feedback. Can you guys hear it, or is it just me?
I don't
hear anything.
No?
Yeah, I don't hear
a
anything.
little something, but I've got everything muted on my end unless I'm talking, so I don't know.
See, I never heard about this case. Yeah, basically, like what he said, she, let me see here. Where's the video at?
No, Chuck, baby, I don't think that's the one.
She basically, so this is like her. So what she was doing is he was at this prison first, okay? Then he got transferred to another location. He made a deal with whatever case he was making a deal with. I'm not that familiar with it, but what happened was part of the deal was that he got to serve some time back at this location. So after he got back to this location, him and this security guard, prison guard, sparked up some kind of relationship. And therefore, the next thing you know, she was signing him out to quote, take him to some kind of appointment at the doctor. And instead, she already had stuff set up, already sold her house to get cash, had another vehicle waiting at a parking lot at a store. And she basically took him into the car. They took the car, drove it to the car that was parked at the store, got in that vehicle, and then just started taking off. And they started driving north. People were noticing signs as their trail was heading north. Their car broke down, so they had to steal another vehicle. And they were like doing crimes as they were progressing to try and get away, maybe to Canada. I don't know. But they eventually got caught. And then it ended up in a situation where they were in a police chase because the police caught up to them. They were in a police chase. And then next thing you know, they corner them all. His vehicle or the vehicles crashed that they were in. And then it's been said that she unalived herself, but when you listen to the OnStar thing that came up when they were getting, when there was an accident, OnStar comes up automatically or something. And then there was a recording where you could hear her talking, and then it's kind of like, did she unalive herself? Did she not? It's been a big question on if it took place or not. Nothing happened to him. They apprehended him, took her to the hospital. She ended up passing away shortly after that, and then they ended up transferring him back down to this prison where he's facing all these charges. So that's basically what took place. But she literally just signed him out. He's just walking out there, get in the car, and then they go to the getaway car that was already placed at the store, and then they start trying to make their getaway, and they eventually get caught. But if you have Tubi, if you have the app Tubi,
well, in my opinion, it sounds like she definitely has something to do with it.
Well, yeah. I'm just
Like,
wondering
it
if
doesn't sound like
she was
I don't know. It sounds
manipulated.
like it's pretty elaborate, and she definitely knew what she was doing. Yeah,
I mean, you should. I mean, where do you
that's
think
tough,
you're?
but
Where do you think you're gonna go? You can only go so far.
exactly. Like, well, that's the thing. At some point, she has to realize there has to be like a conscience, decision she has to make. Like, hey, this probably isn't a good idea. So she went all the way.
I'm not sure about that, Chalk Baby. I didn't look too deep into it. Yeah, there's like a movie on Tubi now. It's called like Love Lockdown or something. I don't know. It's some weird title. Yeah, not sure if he did or if she did it to herself. That's the question. Now they're claiming that she did it to herself. But I haven't. I guess that's what's in the report. But I don't know. It's just weird. Maybe she did because she knew what was going to happen when they got apprehended with her being, in LE. And then you're going to, prison for that. I don't know. It's just
I'm gonna hop out.
Well, thank you for hanging out, Kib Kitty. I appreciate it.
Welcome. It
Come
was
hang
nice
out in the
talking
sports
to
show
you,
tomorrow
Rory.
if you want.
You too. Take care.
All right, you too. Night, Kevin.
Night. Helps when you're not muted.
Okay. I'll see you tomorrow, CJ.
All righty. Have a good night. Thank you.
You too. Thanks.
Mm-hmm. All right. Let me listen to what the rest of these got to say. I don't know. She had to be manipulated. I don't see how somebody would give up a 17-year career where you're getting awards left and right for outstanding performance, and then all of a sudden you just throw it all away to try and make some getaway, which statistically it usually doesn't even, it's like the statistics
Yeah, I mean,
are not in your
obviously,
favor.
I'm sure she was sold a bag of lies, obviously. So unfortunate.
Like it just don't make no sense. Her phone from Brian Enton from Hoax Nation. Hoax Nation. Oh, what's up, Joanne? I
Yeah.
bet it was.
I like that.
I bet it was. I love Sleepy Goosey. She does amazing work. She does amazing work.
I just saw her for the first time today, actually.
Oh, yeah? Yeah, she always hops in here and there showing love, so I appreciate her so much. She does a lot of hard work. Love is Blind. Is that what it's called, Seashells? I know it's on Tubi. Hey, what's up, Heather? Nice to see you.
Hello, Heather.
Yeah. What's Dago up to? Tell him to get on. We're just late nighting it, hanging out. All right, I'm gonna finish up this
Trying to get some
video.
sleep.
Probably. He does a lot of work too. I appreciate him. And
Yeah, he does.
and Heather, tell him thank you again. Tell him to hit me up. We'll hang out sometime. All right. I have a hard time understanding what this guy's saying, though. This sheriff or whoever it is.
Sheriff, we're now a year later. How has this changed the community there? Even you. I mean, do you believe that this was all real? It all actually
What's up,
happened?
Kelly?
Well, it certainly still seems surreal. In law enforcement, especially over my career, it spanned 5 decades, you see a lot. And a lot of things you just can't really wrap your mind around how in the world or why in the world this happened. This is certainly one of those situations during my career. It just still hard to believe. As far as the community goes, of course, it's still talked about. Everywhere I go, people still ask about it. They still have questions about it, about exactly what happened. And, so I don't know, something like that in a small town like Florence, Alabama, in the show area, it just doesn't happen every day.
Well, Sheriff, that's what I want to ask you. I mean, you said 5 decades in law enforcement. Was there ever anything like this before in your career?
No, I never experienced anything like this. Here in the twilight of my career, this happened. And first time in my career, I had to deal with national media and deal with a situation like this. I knew early on, if we didn't get them quick, that the dynamics of this particular case, I knew it was going to catch the attention of the national media. And for 11 days, it's basically...
When a guard takes off with an inmate, it's going to catch national media. I would say so.
A little bit.
I would say
It
so.
certainly did. Well, Sheriff, before we let you go,
Maybe.
I have to
Just
ask,
maybe.
because so many people are familiar with you, and then you retired. How is
Just
retirement
maybe.
treating you?
It's great. I was a little apprehensive about it, but I've adjusted well. My wife's adjusted well. She hadn't run me off from the house yet. So, we're getting along fine, and I'm really enjoying it.
All right. Well, we are certainly glad to hear that. And thank you so much for giving us some.
Yeah, it's probably going to catch national attention because that shit don't happen every day. So he confessed.
Nope.
I guess he says he's confessing to unaliving somebody else. And let's see. This is Brian Enton. Former sheriff doesn't. So that's the sheriff. I want to check out this video from Brian Enton, and then we got another video about the UFO stuff that we were talking about a little bit earlier.
You were saying you needed to talk to me ASAP. What's going on?
I had some issues and stuff, and I had a little confession to make.
What happened?
I got a woman, a baby girl buried up in the Evansville, Louisiana. Yeah, that's from the mother girl. And I won't talk to nobody about this. They handled my case up there that day.
So did you say that there's a woman buried up there? Does anyone know about it?
Baby girl.
Does anyone? Oh, I see. Does anyone? Is this the one that the older case that you were involved in? This is a different case that the police haven't investigated.
So basically, they said that they looked up any kind of reports of any missing people or anything like that, and they could not find anything to match his accusation.
Well, you never know with these guys if they're telling the truth or not. Sometimes they just do it for attention.
Yeah, and to see if they can get something out of it, you know.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
So, I mean, if you tell the truth, then you make them go tell you where it is. And if you can't prove it, then obviously you didn't do it.
Maybe he's just trying to get out for a little bit.
Yeah, no, they
Go
try
back
that.
up
Yeah,
there
they do
to-
that stuff all the time.
Yeah,
They just want to get out of their cell.
Yeah, just
Yeah.
to get out. But yeah, they said they didn't find anything to kind of cooperate with what he was saying.
Right. I need you to. I won't talk to nobody. Because I think see me up there. You know that day.
Did you kill someone else?
It was crazy.
Yes, but their body up there that ain't been buried yet. I mean, that's that big.
Yeah, he does awesome work.
Nobody but they're pretty out that handles that energy in Evansville, Indiana.
When was the person killed?
Whenever me and Vicky was at the motel.
Oh, when you and Vicky were at the motel. So you killed someone at the motel?
Yes.
Who was the person you killed?
I don't know who it was.
How did you, this
Just a
person
woman.
who you killed, like how did you come in contact with them? Because I haven't heard of a missing person there. Like, was it someone at the motel or a different area?
It did. Those happened. But look, I mean, I took a couple of times. I'm not homicide.
So it's muffled. Are you saying you went to get drugs and that in Evansville and that's when it happened? Is that what you're saying? Do you want the FBI to come and you'll show them where the body is? Is that what you're saying?
What?
Did you shoot?
He wants them to come down.
Did you shoot?
He wants them to come down because he feels like his mother's in danger.
That's what he said.
Well, then how in the fuck would somebody know that you were the one that did it? You know, like if.
Thank
how
you.
in the hell
This
would
guy's full of shit. This guy's full of shit. Yeah.
How would the family know? And like we never even freaking knew. You know.
Nah, this guy's lying.
Don't
believe him.
Yeah, you feel like your mother's in danger. Did you shoot the person?
Ah. There you go.
Was it with Vicky's gun?
Oh, okay. Yep. I knew this guy was full of shit. Yeah.
You shot the person. You shot a woman with Vicky's gun, and the body is in Evansville or outside Evansville. Can you describe where it is? You'll only tell the FBI.
No.
I don't know.
Ain't buying it.
Yeah.
That's just me, but I ain't buying it.
I ain't either. Right? Woke up.
Yeah, exactly.
I ain't buying that. Let me
Nope.
see. There's another UFO video here. Now this guy's kind of quirky. Like I don't know. He says some weird shit sometimes. This I don't even know how to pronounce it. Michio Kaku, whatever. I don't know.
Michio Kaku. Yeah, he's awesome.
I mean, he used to be cool. I mean, I don't know. Lately, I don't know. Maybe it's just.
Is it getting weird?
Yeah, man. Like I remember, like I fall asleep watching space
he's getting up there.
documentaries and stuff.
Yeah.
And I always see him on there. You know, amazing intelligence. But some of the stuff he's saying now, it's just like, what, dude? So I don't know. Maybe he'll say some weird shit in this one. We'll see.
Well, you know, journalists say, follow the money. We physicists say, follow the evidence. Follow the people who have access to the evidence. Now, this is right out of a Hollywood script. In the past, we've had farmers and suburbanites say they saw something out there. The burden of proof was on them to prove that they were extraterrestrial visitations. Now the burden of proof has shifted. Now the Pentagon has to prove that these aren't extraterrestrial. And now we have this senior Pentagon official former Pentagon official David Garouche, who says that there are evidence of not just the wreckage of UFOs, but an intact vessel, perhaps even the bodies. And again, the difference is that this is no longer just a farmer or a suburbanite saying they saw something out there. Now there is a debate within the Pentagon itself at the highest level, with different people within the military contradicting each other. And so I think that this is a good thing, because now perhaps the truth will come out.
So one of the claims that David Grush makes is that the evidence he has witnessed suggests that of the crash wreckage, some of the crash wreckage that's been retrieved, the elements are not of human origin. And he also states that they've recovered pilots, maybe singular, but it seemed as though it was of non-human species. And I can only imagine that that sort of gets your spidey senses tingling. What are your thoughts about that kind of possibility?
Well, I'm a scientist. We have to be open to the truth and to data. That's what we physicists work on. The more information we get, the better. Now, so far, we have not seen the smoking gun. We have not seen evidence of DNA, for example, from these alien bodies. We haven't seen alien transistors and alien circuits. That would clinch it right there. No ifs, ands, or buts. As soon as we have alien DNA or an alien chip, end of story. However, we're not there yet, because we just have eyewitness accounts of people who've encountered these things, but we don't have the smoking gun. And until we have the smoking gun, we scientists have to reserve our final judgment. But the very fact that we're talking about this at all is amazing. The burden of proof has shifted. Now the Pentagon has to prove that these aren't extraterrestrial. This is, I think, a milestone.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that you and I are talking about this, and not because it was on, News of the World or a supermarket tabloid, is pretty remarkable. This is coming from a man who was an Air Force veteran, former member of the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency. He's a whistleblower. He's not, a quack. And so I'm, on one hand, I can't quite believe that there's a non-human pilot that was recovered. On the other hand, sometimes I wonder if we just think we're way smarter than we are. And by the way, Dr. Kaku, you're one of the smartest people I've ever encountered. Do you sometimes think we're only at the nascence of universal knowledge?
So that's the whistleblower.
Yeah, I think we're just beginning to understand how gorgeous this universe is. The fact that we've now seen so many planets orbiting other star systems, they could be homeworlds to other intelligent beings. And we now have a census of the Milky Way galaxy. Every star, on average, has a planet going around it. In other words, think about it, 100 billion planets, minimum, in your backyard in the Milky Way galaxy. And that's why I think that to assume that there's nobody out there is ridiculous. Of course they're out there. The only debate is whether they can reach us, but yes, they are out there.
Well, then there's the debate discussion that they may be unfriendlies, they may be hostile. They may look at us as a nuisance rather than something that's fascinating, if that is the fact, if they do actually exist. Can you speak to the issue of hostility? And this, it seems like do we globally have a scientific community that can convince our political leaders around the world that we are far stronger as one than trying to be the leaders in whatever our programs are discovering?
Well, if you walk down a trail in a forest and you encounter a squirrel, do you go out there and try to conquer the squirrel and his habitat? No, maybe you want to try to talk to the squirrel. Eventually you get kind of bored because the squirrels don't talk back to you. But in the same way, if the aliens can reach us from outer space, they are hundreds, thousands of years more advanced than us, and we're simply not a threat to them. They could have done damage to us decades ago, but here we are talking about it. So I don't fear for them. However, there's always a possibility of what happened to Montezuma in Mexico City when Cortez and his troops came. The Cortez had gunpowder. He had the horse He had, we think, smallpox. He had all the weaponry necessary to devastate the Mexican civilization. And so I think that we should not reach out to them and advertise our existence until we know what their intentions are. So I'm all in favor of the SETI project, which is to scan the heavens to look for intelligent life in outer space. But I don't think we should deliberately announce our existence to the alien neighbors we have in our neighborhood until we find out what their intentions are.
Bro. I mean, when he started talking about talking to squirrels and shit, and then all this other stuff, I'm lost. I don't know what he's talking about. Oh,
I think he might need to go sit down and just enjoy his retirement. I don't know, man.
That was
I mean, I love the guy, but yeah, I don't know.
It's like taking a shot of some like nasty whiskey or something. You're just like, whoa, shit! It just hits you.
Oh, what the hell's that? Yeah.
Shake it off. Shake it off. Shake it off. Oh, crazy shit.
Hey, it was entertaining. That is for damn sure. That was definitely entertaining.
What do you think about this? What do you guys think about this? So, do you think, because the first sightings that were really starting to be documented, right, was back in like the 40s, okay?
30s, 40s, yeah.
Right. Now, do you think this is why? Okay. Do you think that with World War II, and when we used a hydrogen bomb, atom bomb, nuclear bomb, and dropped it on Hiroshima, it created this humongous spike in energy, this humongous spike in a bright light. Now, when we look into outer space and we're looking at planets and we're looking at, stars and all this stuff, what we're really looking for is the spikes in energy and the spikes in light. Now, because we're looking at not the actual image itself, but infrared, all these other different ways that we can get a visual, even though we can't see. We're using different ways, like chemicals and all these things. So do you think that if UFOs aliens really did come, do you think it was because they noticed that big energy spike and that big change in light, and then that's when all of these reports started happening, because they were like, whoa, what the hell's going on way over there? Let's go check it out.
Yeah. I don't know. In my opinion, I think if aliens exist, I think they would have been here for much longer than just the 40s. Like, I'm sure there's stuff that's probably... Look, I think, in my opinion, I think the pyramids were definitely built by aliens, because you got to explain those damn things to me. They're, like, perfectly symmetrical. You cannot... They face perfect north, south, east, and west. You can't do that. Like, how do you do that? How did they build a pyramid that big with supposedly just sticks, just chisels and hammers? Like, I mean, I'm sorry, but that's just my opinion. But I think they would have been here much longer than just the 40s. But to answer the question, I think that woke them up, or kind of be like, hey, what the hell are these guys doing? You guys are going to ruin your planet and whatever else we got going on. So that's probably why they started really showing themselves, in my opinion.
So you don't think that they just noticed something like
it's
the bomb,
possible. It's
and
possible.
That's what brought
Yeah.
So you think they might have actually been here and knew about this
And knew about it. Yeah.
way before, when basically at the beginning of civilization, or even before then, is what you're saying. And you think, because I mean, when you look at some of the hieroglyphics and stuff from then, there is like weird stuff, you know what I'm saying? That kind of.
Yeah.
Good night, Heather. Thank you for hanging out. Appreciate you coming in. Yeah, there is some weird stuff when it comes to the hieroglyphics and stuff. Like
Yeah, and there's like really weird carvings in the mountains of Peru that like you're like, how the hell did they do that all these thousands of years ago? I mean, there's just really weird, unexplainable stuff that, I mean, who really knows? But I mean, aliens have been talked about in cultures for thousands of years, to tell you the truth. I mean, there's tons of stories of like flying objects in the air and all this stuff. So, I mean, who really knows? It's fascinating, though. Have you ever heard of Operation High Jump?
Operation what?
Operation High Jump?
No.
So there's this. So after World War II ended, pretty much right after it, there's this guy named Admiral Richard Byrd. Now he's the first guy to fly from pole to pole. So I mean, he's a big deal. So back in the 40s, he was the admiral, and they took an armada, so 5,000 soldiers and a crap ton of ships down to Antarctica to go look for a secret base from the Nazis. Now, this is a story. But this is what Richard Admiral Byrd said, was that 3 flying saucers came out of the water and destroyed half of their fleet in about 2 minutes, and they took off. This is what he said. Go look it up. There's plenty of it on YouTube. So, I mean, there's just a bunch of stuff. And Hitler was really into the occult as well. Huh?
I forgot that's what that was called, but I have heard about that story before, and I did know about Hitler and the occult.
Yeah, I mean, he was
Operation
even trying
High Jump.
to build his own flying saucer back in the 30s. And
Yeah, he tried.
Exactly.
I don't think he succeeded.
yeah, he was trying. I mean, hell, some of the
He was
scientists
trying really hard. I don't think he did it, but yeah.
that we got from Germany is what created the Saturn V rocket that got us into outer space.
Yep.
It was.
Well, I think
scientists from,
Oppenheimer, right? He was German.
Yeah.
He built the bomb, so yeah.
Let me see here. There was something. So, whistleblower claims U.S. has bodies of alien species. We'll see. Let's see.
David Grush says the government's lying to you. It is.
Won't be the first time.
I'm actually talking about some pretty far out stuff, like really far out stuff, like covering up the existence of UFOs. Once again, before you laugh, David Grush is no joke. He is an Air Force veteran. He is also a former member of the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency. Okay, you got to be pretty smart to be there. Part of the Pentagon. Okay, he says he has seen evidence of secret crash retrieval program, a secret crash retrieval program that's been hidden for decades. Crashes of UFOs. He says he's even retrieved bodies of other species, or at least he's seen the evidence of that. This is big, weird stuff, right? From a big guy. He's whistleblowing now. He's saying this is stuff that you know, public needs to know about, Congress needs to know about, shouldn't be kept secret. And so this is what he told journalist Ross Coulthart, who's reporting for News Nation.
You are saying to the human race, for the first time, an official intelligence representative at a high level from the US government is saying publicly, we are not alone.
We're definitely not alone. Absolutely, the data points empirically that we're not alone, yeah.
Do we have bodies? Do we have species of
Well,
non-human?
naturally, when you recover something that's either landed or crashed, sometimes you encounter dead pilots. And believe it or not, as fantastical as that sounds, it's true.
Okay, Grush filed a whistleblower complaint, like I told you, and this is what he told News Nation. There is a sophisticated disinformation campaign targeting the U.S. populace, which is extremely unethical and immoral. Department of Defense has released a statement that reads, in part, to date, the AARO, which is the All Domain Anomaly Resolution Office in the Pentagon, has not discovered any verifiable information to substantiate claims that any programs regarding the possession or reverse engineering of extraterrestrial materials have existed in the past or exist currently. AARO is committed to following the data and its investigation wherever it leads, which leads me to Ben Hansen. He's the host of Discovery Plus's UFO Witness. Ben Hansen, what is your read on all this David Grush business?
This is quite amazing, actually. I was attending a UFO conference this morning for cover. This is a bombshell. We've had whisperings that these whistleblowers are going to be coming out, that the select committees in Congress are, kind of floored at what they're hearing. But this seems to be kind of like a pre-show to what might be coming in the next hearings, because this was unexpected. And Grush comes forward, his credentials check out. I've been talking to multiple people. In fact, those who worked with him at Space Force, he is the real deal. And for him to come out now and the position that he had in gathering these reports from those involved in the crash retrieval programs, and to come out now with pre-authorization from the DOD to speak on this matter, we're all kind of scrambling to figure out why not going.
So keeping the lid on this for days, years, decades would be, I would think that we would need to be readied and prepared and maybe even allied around the world if that's the case. What is the purpose of keeping it under wraps?
Well, and here's the next thing, right? Because we're all talking about we would love to hear, most of us would like to hear all the truth, have it laid out before us. But, I also work as a professional crisis and emergency manager. And one of the big problems, I was doing research at Georgetown University exactly on this, is that when we're, thinking about how great it would be to know this knowledge, you have to people's realities. And a lot of people are not going to take this well. And we need to be very, very careful. So if there is a plan in place, which I highly doubt, those in power need to stay ahead of the game. If they don't do it correctly, we could have what we call cascading effects. And this could be detrimental, I think, to society, because of we saw kind of a little bit of that in COVID when reality kind of hit us, pretty strong and quick. And so it's anyone's guess, though, whether the government really has a plan for this or not.
Okay, Ben Hansen, I need you to clear your schedule, because as this continues to move up the chain and into Congress, I'm going to be calling on you for some help to get me off the ledge. Thank you for this. Thank you for watching. Go to...
I don't know. That guy seemed pretty damn calm talking about it.
Yeah, he did.
I would think he'd be a little more nervous talking about that.
I'm
kind of like Bob.
I'm sure they're telling him, hey, you got to go out there and, keep cool out there. Don't act like you're freaked out, because then we get freaked out. So,
yeah.
Let's see here.
But
6 women found. Hey, did you ever do anything? Is the Tacoma stuff Tommy was talking about was about the 6 women that, the potential SK?
I will talk to you later about that.
Different? Okay. Let me see here. There's some other stuff I wanted to go over. Yeah, something about a possible SK in Portland. What's up, Gina? Thanks for hopping in. We're just chilling back, late night and talking about whatever. Been on UFOs for a little while.
Yeah, I heard about it.
Let me see here. I think I have a better video, but maybe not. Here's one right here. Within 100 miles or something. I've had
joining us now for more
I've had a couple people reach out to me and ask me to cover this, because I guess maybe it's not being covered much. I'm not sure. Is it being covered much out there?
I know Jules covered it a couple times. I've seen it around a little bit. Yeah.
I'll have to check it out.
Perspective is Dr. Debbie Goodman. She is a criminologist, a professor, an author, and an expert analyst. Dr. Goodman, as always, I love talking to you. So we just heard from Alex there. Portland police say there is no reason to believe these 6 unsolved.
What, Drunk Turkey Show was on ABC? Gina?
Really? Oh, wow. I'm going to have to go see that. I'm sure that's about the interview.
Is that who you mean?
That's who it has to be.
Nothing but love over here for drunk
Yeah.
turkey show.
Absolutely.
I
I'm
don't see
gonna
why
assume
everybody's
that's
making
who
a
it
big
is.
fuss about it. What's up,
Steve's got
Tommy?
nothing. Tommy.
What, some UFO
He's probably good. Did you get abducted, Tommy?
Wow, he was on ABC.
Oh wow, I'm gonna have to go see that.
Gina, if you have the link to that, send it to me. It's on YouTube, ABC. Yeah, let me finish this video and I'll look for that. We'll check it out.
Cases right now are connected. Now, armchair detectives, not so sure. Would it make more sense to say there's no evidence yet to say they're connected? I mean, it's semantics, but does it make a difference in your eyes?
Yes, well, as always, good afternoon, Nicole, and certainly a pleasure to join you for the conversation. So the concern for me as a criminologist is just the information we have thus far, with the information that 6 women, all of the same gender in that regard, are decedents in a 100-mile radius. So certainly I'm concerned of the potential that this could be a serial killer. Now, if the numbers were different, if we had 1 decedent or 2, then certainly investigative techniques would be different, meaning they'll be analyzed and evaluated by our local, state, and federal agents and officers on this individual basis. But for me, I'm concerned with the number that we have 6 cases, and although we may not know a link or alignment, but we do know that they're all female and they're found within this wooded type of area. And we can remind the viewers that with serial murder, these are deaths, 3, 4, or more over a period of time at different locations, unlike mass murder, which you and I have discussed with the viewers, where we have 3, 4, or more decedents at one time, one location. So I think, of course, we have the faith and trust in our investigative experts, but that number for me is very high, and it does align with our category and classification of serial killing.
Well, I find it very interesting that you say you have concerns, especially because you're so knowledgeable about this. But I want to look at this from investigators' perspective here. Police saying, that these are online rumors, and they talk about the potential danger of that. Talk to us about the potential danger of what they're calling these online rumors. How can they potentially interfere with investigations?
Certainly. Well, we understand online and how and why the public wants to get involved. So that in and of itself, I would absolutely encourage. Once high-profile crimes such as this become now in the public domain, as you and I know, Nicole, having evaluated several cases, the public can be a tremendous help. But we would want to ensure that there is prudence and that there is careful thought and consideration to just make a blanket statement by anybody to directly classify this. I wouldn't do that either. I'm not going to say this is 100% the work of a serial killer. That would be invalid. But I do share with you that the numbers concern me. We would most certainly, as investigators have already demonstrated, like the public to share information. That's why these tip lines are so important. Anything and everything that anybody who may have been affiliated with any of these 6 victims would have any type of knowledge, even if they think it might be something minor, moderate, major, it would still be very much encouraged to share that with investigators. So that would be my hope at this moment. Investigators will certainly go through, again, their knowledge base of with whom will they speak. They will speak with the direct family members, siblings. That's like step 1, we say, the primary people that would be affiliated and associated with these victims. But then we go to the secondary level. The secondary level could still be with whom did these 6 decedents interact in the workplace. That could be very important. Was there any disharmony, discord? And now here's that tertiary piece, if you will, for all of us, the public domain. Did anybody have knowledge of any type of negative commentary or any interaction that would have been unfavorable that these victims would have had. And then I do think, Nicole, as we speak about these cases, the social media aspect is still going to be important, meaning investigators will do the deep dive into these 6 decedents' social media, with whom might they have been talking and interacting.
Well, we certainly hope that there will be some answers, that there will be some type of resolution, obviously.
Yeah, that's some crazy stuff. What's up, Kendra? Kevin, you might have got dropped off or something. If you need just go ahead and click the same link, Kevin, if you want to hop back up. Check out the link for Drunk Turkey Show, ABC. Hopefully they do, Tommy. Let me see here. Let me see here. So I click on that link. I don't think that's it. Link to full report. Let me see. ABC News. Okay, here we go. So this says, what's up, Jinx? If you want to hop up on panel, just send me an email, okay? False accusations. What is this? ABC News. False accusations complicate Idaho murder case and lives of the accused from Nightline.
Here's a funny picture, I guess, of me and him at one of my birthday parties. He was the most generous person I've ever met. I miss him, and I'm going to miss him every day for the rest of my life.
Darren Duncan was in the middle of mourning his best friend, Brent Kopaka, when he first saw it. Posts online falsely claiming Kopaka was somehow tied to the deaths of 4 college students in Moscow, Idaho.
He was a soldier who went over there to fight for us, and now I got to defend him after he died. He's not here to talk about it or defend himself.
None of it was true, but Darren unfortunately wasn't alone. Still reeling in its grief, the Moscow community was also hit by a storm of misinformation and lies that would make healing seem impossible. For anyone intrigued by the Idaho murders, there's been plenty of content out there over the last 6 months. YouTube, Reddit, TikTok, you name it. On November 13th, 2022, 4 students, Kaylee Gonzalez, Maddie Mogan, Xana Kernodle, and Ethan Chapin, were stabbed to death in the middle of the night at their off-campus home at the University of Idaho. Then, when there was no arrest for several weeks, some web sleuths decided to take the investigation into their own hands.
I just want to give a quick and crazy update that's happening.
This is what I think happened in the Idaho murders.
All 4 of them had been stabbed.
28-year-old Brian Kohberger was just arraigned. His trial is set to begin in October. For so many in the Moscow community, the national online response to the murders clouded what really should be at the center of the story: the lives lost.
They loved life. They lived life to the fullest, both of them.
Kaylee Gonzalez and Maddie Mogan were both seniors and longtime best friends.
If I had 1 or 2 words to describe Maddie May, it would be just an angel. She just made me proud.
One of their other roommates, 20-year-old Xana Kernodle, was also killed that night, alongside her boyfriend, Ethan Chapin.
Xana was just an incredible person. I've never met someone like Xana before, ever.
Ethan was a member of the Sigma Chi fraternity and loved sports. He was also a triplet. His brother and sister were both students at the university. From family members to classmates to community members, most were in some way affected by the senseless murders. And in the months that followed, conspiracy theories and false allegations have reopened the community's wounds.
We're about to kick this off. We have about 135 people waiting on us already. Last time we had 1,900 people in live chat.
It's a Drunk Turkey Show, mother trucker!
Daniel J and his two friends dreamed up the idea for the Drunk Turkey YouTube show and podcast over late night talks and a lot of beers. The three friends asked we don't use their last names due to safety concerns.
Our initial goal was conspiracies, UFOs, aliens, ghosts, things of that nature.
Daniel R., who goes by Big Blue, is one of the co-hosts.
When did you guys really start to see subscribers change?
I think it was for sure when we started doing the Idaho case.
Welcome back to the Drunk Turkey Murder Mystery Show. Today, we're trying to track down a potential suspect.
The team has recorded over 100 episodes on the so-called King Road murders to date. Daniel J is a former police officer, but with Drunk Turkey, he says he's just a regular guy.
But doesn't it?
I need a green screen, you know? I need a damn green screen so I can have like a sports bar behind me or something for my sports show.
There you go, dude. Yeah, that's a good idea.
You know?
I like it.
'Cause I'm in the process of making, so like instead of the music that you hear in the background on this show, I'm in the process of making some audio where it sounds like you're sitting at a bar where you kind of hear light chatter with glasses kind of hitting and,
There you go, that's
things
cool.
like that. So it sounds like we're sitting at a sports bar. Definitely need
There
to
you go.
check out. I guess I don't know. I never messed with it before. Do you just get like a green sheet or something, or?
Yeah, I think it's like you have to. I mean, it's a special kind of screen you're gonna have, and then you hook it to your computer or something like that, and then then you can do what you want with that. But it might be a little bit expensive, but worth it.
Because StreamYard has an option where you can,
Oh, you can maybe do it that way.
Well, yeah, I think I need to get the green stuff behind me, and then StreamYard has like an option where you can take any photo and then load it to have as your background. I should try that.
Well, there you go, dude. That's how you do it. Yeah, right on.
Yeah, because when you look at this, watch when they were right here. That's what he
Yeah, the green
uses.
screen. That's what the green screen. Yeah.
For his background. Yeah, I appreciate you, Jinx. Thanks for hopping in. I bet that motorcycle ride was fun. Y'all need to stream Sleuthy's live she just had tonight. We should. I know she had a couple lives, but they're pretty long. So if you guys have like timestamps that you'd like me to check out on each of those, we could definitely do that in an episode. For sure. I know my next episode for Idaho 4, we're going to be digging into the Grub Truck episode from like way long ago. I'm going to be looking at the episode where we were looking over the articles of Kopaka, the ones that don't exist anymore, but they will on the previous show. We're going to be getting into that episode. We're going to be getting into the episode where I did Google Guy walking around all the time before they took that away. So I'm going to be, there's one episode coming up here where we're going to be looking at all the old videos and old shows that I streamed from a long time ago before all that information was taken away, so then I can keep it all in one new show. So I'm not sure if I'm gonna just play it and, you know, commentate like I am right now, or if I'm just gonna have it like a replay and I hang out with you guys in chat and we just kind of watch the shows from before. That's cool. Your home screen here. Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Yeah, I got to make one for the sports show. So definitely, you know, if you want to talk sports, hang out and listen to sports, if you're into fantasy sports, or if you just want to hang out, definitely go sub to my new channel, Evil CJ Sports Show. Rory's even going to be talking sports with us too. I can't wait.
Yeah.
We're gonna have him on there in the future.
Yeah,
WSU,
man.
she'll be on there talking sports.
That'll be a good time.
It's gonna be fun. I'll have my own separate phone number for the sports show too, so I'll put that out. The sports show, I'll be doing my first sports show tomorrow. It'll be a condensed version of what I'm gonna have in the future. Tomorrow's show is just going to be a couple hours, and then as I transition into the new schedule coming out, then the sports show will actually end up being like a 6-7 hour sports show every Sunday. So I'm definitely excited for that. Plus your major sporting events will be going live for that too. So I'm excited. Yeah, live feature. Talk to me. Talk to me about your team. Bitch about them. Glorify them. Whatever you want to do. Let's talk.
It's what you do in sports. You love them or you hate them.
I'll probably go live tomorrow for the first sports show. I'll probably go live around 11 Central, maybe noon Central, and I'll be going for a few hours, and then I'll be back tomorrow night for true crime, world events, and all that stuff. But then the new schedule coming out after that, I won't be on the Evil CJ show on Sundays. It'll just be the Evil CJ sports show on Sundays, and that's when I'm gonna have like my 6-7 hour sports show. Definitely on Sunday. I can't wait. I'm excited. I love sports just like I love true crime and world events. So it's another passion of mine, and I'm excited to definitely have some fun with that too. Don't always have to talk true crime, I like talking about other stuff too. So if you're not subbed and you want to, definitely go over there, and you can always just hang out with us too. Be doing fantasy sports here in the future too. It'd be fun. So let me see. Yeah, so it is a green screen. I need to check. It looks like it's just a sheet. So maybe I'll go to Walmart tomorrow or look on Amazon and see if I can get a green sheet and put it behind me for the sports show. And,
yeah, Amazon would definitely have that, dude. So yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
That'd be a lot of fun. Be a lot of fun. All right.
Yeah.
Let's see what they're talking about. This is cool. They're on ABC. I like that. That's pretty neat. I love their show.
On the so-called King Road murders to date. Daniel J. is a former police officer, but with drunk turkey, he says he's just a regular guy.
But doesn't it kind of muddy the water? When you have so many people that are not directly involved in the investigation of the case, giving all sorts of information, how are people supposed to know what is the truth and what's not?
When it comes to like true life and true crime and stuff, we try to stay fact-based for the most part. Like, is there speculation and opinions? Yes, it's ours.
The three friends say they don't have any bad intentions and are careful about the sourcing they use. They sometimes add disclaimers. But still, they've amplified a number of false allegations tied to the murders of the 4 students by just having various guests and listeners call into their show. In one episode, a woman called in and falsely claimed Brent Kopaka was tied to the crime.
One of Brent's close friends has said that he felt like that podcast ruined his friend's legacy. How does that make you feel?
I mean, I feel pretty bad but I don't think it ruined his legacy. I mean, at that time, we weren't even that big to where everybody in the world heard it. I mean, if it's personal to him, I apologize.
The Moscow police continuously push back against the false allegations throughout the investigation.
The best thing that most of people can do to help is to stop with any kind of rumors and just seek official information that comes out of the Moscow Police Department.
Warning those spreading misinformation that anyone engaging in threats or harassment, whether in person, online, or otherwise, needs to understand that they could be subjecting themselves to criminal charges. Duncan was devastated to see Kopaka's name falsely tied to the crime weeks after he died, and it went far beyond the drunk turkey show.
All this stuff that was not true at all, and it's all said by people who don't know him, never even met him.
According to investigators, back on December 15th, officers responded to Kopaka's Washington home after reports that he had threatened his roommates. The home just miles away from the King Road crime scene. He barricaded himself for hours, at one point firing a gun. Police say they fired back and shot Kopaka. In Kopaka's obituary, his family said he had fought a courageous battle against PTSD for years after returning home from serving in Afghanistan. We reached out to the family but did not hear back. Duncan says mourning Kopaka while also defending his legacy has been painful.
Do you have a message for those people that continue to bring up Brent's name?
You guys are not detectives. Leave people alone. Let the professionals do it and just shut your mouth.
Our thanks to Maria.
We reached out to TikTok and YouTube about their efforts to address misinformation, but they did not provide comment. You can see more of Maria's full report, including those caught in the crosshairs of false accusations online on Impact by Nightline, now streaming on Hulu.
Interesting. So was that a good review or
Sorry,
a bad
one second.
review?
I got this other freaking video playing in my background here, and I can't hear shit. There we go. Man, freaking YouTube. Let's see here. Does anyone here think Brent is still alive? I don't know.
Yeah, I have no idea. Who knows? Really don't.
I mean, I would assume he's not.
Okay, so has anybody heard the audio of the dispatch call from that night, from that Kopaka incident?
Yeah, we played it last week sometime about 1L exiting, and that was it. Is that?
Yeah, something like that. But if you go back to the beginning of it and you hear the full version, there's a full version out. The dispatcher says they're there for a suicide. Now, that's just really weird because I thought they were there for a standoff. So maybe they just didn't know, or there's just like a lot of contradictory things in that audio that were, from what the mainstream media is telling us, and then the dispatch is saying something else. So I guess that's just an observation I had. But that audio recording definitely needs to be looked into a little more. It just conflicts with a lot of information.
Yeah,
It just conflicts with a lot of information, in my opinion.
It's definitely interesting, that's for sure.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I've always thought from a long time ago, it was a weird hostage situation, but how it ended.
Yeah.
And then they won't tell you anything because there's still an investigation open. And then, you can't even go to the articles. That's one of the reasons why we're going to be going to one of the old shows when I was going through all that stuff, was because you can't find any of that stuff anymore. We've already tried. Can't find it anymore, so I can go find it on my previous show.
Well, that's very interesting. Why is it all of a sudden gone? I mean, I thought if this is done and over with, I don't understand. I mean, it's just weird.
Protect person if you listen to the 8-hour version. Ooh, there's an 8-hour version?
Yeah, that's what I was trying to say. There's a really long one out there.
Wow. Do you got it?
The one I heard, I have the 2-hour version one, which is, I think, pretty much... I don't think it's longer than 2 hours. I don't know about an 8-hour, but there's definitely a 2-hour one that I have.
I'll have to check that out sometime, man.
I'll send it to you.
Yeah, do that. I'll check it out sometime in the background.
Yeah, no problem.
If there's timestamps you want me to go to, too, shoot those with it. And
okay, yeah, no problem, man. I'll do that for you.
Then I'll do a re-listen.
I'll actually do that probably either early in the morning. I'll give it to you before your show. That'll be the first thing I do in the morning.
Okay. Yeah, and then maybe that'll be something to kind of look into. Just check it out and let everybody else check it out too.
Yeah, absolutely. It's definitely worth a listen because, and just in my opinion, it conflicts with a lot of what we're being told. So, but I don't know. That's just my thoughts.
Right on, bro. Thanks, man. Appreciate it.
Yeah, no worries.
What's up, KW17? Fake news. Your fry was out of town fishing. Check out the New York Times article today about they were looking for a 2000. Oh, wow.
What?
Michio, if you have the link, send it to me, please.
That's not even close to what they were telling us. That's ridiculous.
J for J. I love her so much. J for Justice. It's sad what happened. Ended up getting demonetized.
I'm sorry for that.
Yeah, man. You gotta be careful, man. You gotta be careful.
Oh yeah, no, it's nothing but speculate. It's pure, in my opinions from now on.
That's why I got a rolling ticker on the bottom, my friend.
Exactly. There's no more bullshit. I don't want to hear anymore. Yeah.
The thing I get complimented for is all of the bot you know, the ticker on the bottom and my disclaimers. People always compliment me on those.
Yeah, that's
Man, you
very good
covered
idea.
it all, CJ, and I'm like, damn straight.
Let you know straight out the bat. Yeah, exactly.
Right. You know, it's all.
So I had a question about this video. Was this a good review or a bad review of Daniel? Because I'm kind of torn.
You know what I'm saying? That's what I thought too. I mean, I get where the friend's coming from, and I guess somebody.
Yeah, I understand that. Yeah.
That was a friend that released the machete photo, but I get where he's coming from. You know, because if I was a loved one in that situation, I'd be saying the same thing too.
No, absolutely.
But you know, you just look at it from different angles, and you can understand. You know, we're on this side, and we don't know these people personally, but we do care. And you know, I'm sorry if you know, it's just like you know, Kohberger's parents. They probably don't want to think the same shit, but then at the same time, it's like,
sorry,
if your son is guilty, you know, if your son is guilty, if he did commit this crime, if he's found guilty of it, you sorry. I mean, that's
exactly. It's just sorry. It's just the way it is, man.
Is being a human being. We all have emotions, and we all have. We also love is blind as well sometimes.
See, that's the thing. Too much emotion, love is blind. You're not able to see clearly. It's just. I mean, I get it though. I mean, that's his buddy or his friend or relative or whoever, and of course, like I get that. But at the same time, because we are not being told a clear and concise story, we have to ask questions, and we're not trying to maliciously hurt anybody, not at all. But
not at all.
It's our job. It's our job as responsible human beings to like ask be like, wait, what's really going on here? Because what you're telling me, sorry, is not adding up. But there's no malicious intent. It's just people asking questions. That's it.
Well, V Slims, wasn't that isn't this the episode that
that was Dateline, so where's ABC? Because Dateline's NBC, right?
This was ABC News.
Oh, that was ABC? Oh, yeah, it is ABC News. Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, I guess that's the one then.
That was
Nightline.
Somebody put in chat.
My bad. It's Nightline.
Send me the link. Put it in the YouTube chat if you can. If not, send it to my email. Any publicity in the long. I don't know. I thought it did talk kind of bad too, but Daniel and Blue went for an interview, so I think it's good. And they say any publicity. I mean, I'm sure it will. You know, I'm sure it'll increase, but.
No, I just wasn't sure if they were being nice to him or like bashing him. I just was like,
yeah, that's what I thought too, man. I was like, but it's nothing but love to the DTS.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
You know, I appreciate him coming in and hopping in and saying hey and what's up. And anytime they'd love to hop in, I would love to, you know, just sit back and bullshit. You know what I mean? Even the sports show. Ask Bud Light about that. What's up, Sandy? Yeah, that's funny.
Yeah, great work, Bud Light. You did awesome.
You sent me the New York Times article? All right, give me 1 second here.
Yeah, if that's true, if they're looking for 29 to 2023, I mean, that's like almost 10 years off. That is 10 years off almost. Ridiculous. So I have a question. How come the mainstream media is getting so mad at the YouTube for supposedly spreading misinformation when they do the same damn thing? How come nobody gets on that? Like, this is ridiculous.
Right, like when Nancy Grace was fucking.
And Banfield, she's the worst.
Kohberger sound like that was like nuts.
I mean, Banfield's telling you, oh, there's an ID. Kohberger's got an ID from the house in a fucking box somewhere.
That's true,
nope.
Cam.
Yeah, I'll give him that.
That's right. Yeah. That's right too. Yeah, we appreciate DTS over here. Okay, let me see if I can even get into this article. It's saying I gotta set up an account.
Let's continue with Google. Yeah.
Hold on 1 second. 1 second.
Yeah, I agree with that one, Doc. I mean, what do you just tell us? Like, why do you have to hide it? It was already out there, but whatever.
All right, here we go. Oh, these freaking pop-ups, yo. Dang. All right.
Yeah, your New York Times is horrible with that. I hate going on their website.
Did anyone notice how Ellie seems so unaffected from get-go? Yeah. I mean,
Yes.
I was even thinking about doing a stream where we watched all the press conferences, the first one to the last one, and just sitting back and conversating about that too. I mean, I got a lot of shows in the back of my head, you know, to do. There's just having the time to do them, you know, and you know, hell, my shows are so long already. I mean, this one's gonna be a long one because I'm just late nighting it with y'all. Just late night.
Oh, this is fun, dude. It was great.
Yeah, feeling
I
bad.
had a question. Does anybody get some weird vibes off the judge like I do? Like, why is he smirking? He just seems like he's just doesn't give a crap or something. Like, I don't understand. That's just me. That's what I saw. But something's up with that judge to me, man.
I didn't get to see the. I went live yesterday to watch it, and none of them got released while I was live. And then I had a night show, so I needed to take a couple hour break in between, and so I didn't get to see it. Dude, are you able to email while you're up here on panel?
No, I'd have to. I can't right now.
No, it's all good. If anybody has the links for those, go ahead and send it to me. Maybe we'll sit back and watch it tonight too.
Yeah, Long Crime's got it, so and they do a good job. But
yeah, let me see what this article says here. This is Michio. Thank you for the link. Inside the hunt for the Idaho unaliver, after 4 students were, in a house near a college campus, investigators scooped up data and forensic evidence, hoping for leads. A new DNA technique finally brought a breakthrough. So this is from Mike Baker from Moscow, Idaho, June 10th, 2020.
So this is June 10th?
Yeah.
This is today. Okay.
Yeah. Let me see. We'll get back to chat. Yeah, it's today. Definitely come sub if you want to hang out on the sports show. If I was Kohberger, I would have stood up and said, "New judge, please." Really, NASDAQ?
No, seriously, you need to look at this judge, man. This judge has got some issues.
Really?
Yeah, you need to watch it, man. This judge is like smirking, he's smiling, he's like laughing, like borderline laughing. It's just like, what's so funny?
Huh? He seemed kind of like an ant. Really?
Yeah, he's like real jackass. There's a smirk on it. She's just got that kind of, you know, like that shit-eating grin kind of look, like that.
Really?
Yeah, take a look for yourself. This is my opinion. This is just my opinion, but
hold on. Let me see if I can. I'll get to reading this article here in a second. Let me. Who had it? I gotta stay away from law and crime. Is there somewhere else that I can watch the? Is there like a local news? One of the local news stations?
yeah, I mean, I'm sure like the Idaho East might have it, or like somewhere in like Moscow link maybe, but I mean, I'm sure every news outlet's got to have it. Hi, Sunny Days. Nice to have you back.
Yeah, if you want up, there's a link for you, Sonny. I'm gonna read some Idaho Force stuff here. Yeah, let me. J for Justice has it. Sleuthy Goosey. Yeah, do me a favor. Send me a link of those if you can. I'm gonna go ahead and read this real quick, and then we can check some of those out. Let me get to this link though from Michigan. I appreciate it. Let me see here. Get to chat real quick. Judge is tired.
Judge.
All right, let me see here. In weeks after the 4 University Idaho students were found in a house near campus last November, a growing roster of investigators desperately searching for answers had yet to identify a suspect or even find the unalive weapon. Publicly, the authorities were assuring worried residents in the small college town that they were making progress. Privately, they were exhausting their prospects, scouring through the backgrounds of those with the thinnest possible connections to the case. That's how we feel. Through the first 2 weeks of December, investigators put some of their focus on classmates of the victims. They also widened the search to examine a man in another state who had been known to send harassing messages to women but had visited Idaho only twice in his life. They looked at a woman previously charged with assaults in the region. They looked at a man once accused of wielding a knife. They looked at SOs. They looked at a white supremacist, even turned out to be an unalived one. Then, after spending weeks sifting through an array of evidence that seemed to lead nowhere, investigators announced an arrest in late December on the other side of the country. Brian Kohberger, a PhD student from a nearby university. He was identified only after investigators turned to an advanced method of DNA analysis that had rarely been used in active murder investigations. Yeah, they sent it to a cold case lab. And the cold case lab in Texas was even like, "Thank you, Idaho, for giving us this opportunity to do this." You know what I'm saying? They said thank you.
It's ridiculous. No, absolutely, dude. Absolutely.
The story of how dozens of LE from local, state, and federal agencies took to the quadruple on a live investigation into extraordinary territory is only now becoming more apparent through recently obtained records and interviews with people familiar with the investigation who discussed key details that emerged before the issuance of a gag order in the case. The case has shown the degree to which LE investigators have come to rely on the digital footprints that ordinary Americans leave in nearly every facet of their lives. Online shopping, car sales, carrying a phone, drives along city streets, and amateur genealogy all played roles in an investigation that was solved in the end as much through technology as traditional sleuthing. All right, give me 1 second. I'm going to switch to chat, and we'll finish that up in a second. I love the attorneys exposed never intervene with family. I mean, from what I heard, they were like, there was some piss matches going on, right? Is that what?
Oh yeah, definitely, most definitely.
It was getting heated. He is now referred to as Judge Gray because Shannon Gray made the judge. Like it was all such a debate. Just makes, damn, I need to check it out. How long is it?
Yes.
How long is it?
It's about the long version's about 50 minutes.
50? That's it?
That's it.
We need to check it out. Somebody send me the link, please. Let me finish.
It's a good watch, dude. It's a good watch.
Yeah, we're late nighting it tonight, baby. Now indicated on 4 counts of unalive, Mr. Kohberger has declined to enter a plea, but contended previously through his lawyer that would be exonerated. Investigators have yet to detail a possible motive. To this day, family members of the victims remain unaware of any prior connections that the accused unaliver had with the 4 young people who were unalive. The process of identifying and arresting a suspect took over 6 weeks, weeks of increasing frustration and painstaking examination of the evidence as the community pushed for answers. The first 911 call came in around noon, some 7 hours after the murder. Madison Mogan, 21, Kaylee Gonsalves, 21, Xana Kernodle, 20, and Ethan Chapin, 20, had been unalive to death overnight in their bedrooms. Initially, the Moscow Police Department described the attacks as targeted and assured residents that there was no risk to the public. Yeah, I remember that right at the beginning. Don't worry, everybody. BS, but with no indication of who had committed the attack or why the authorities eventually backtracked. Yeah, because in the beginning it was unalive, self-unalive. Whatever, dude. Who does this? Who does this to unalive themselves? We cannot say that there is no threat to the community. The police Chief James Fry said at a news conference on November 16, 3 days after the unalives, the police department, which had only a few dozen officers, enlisted the ISP and the FBI to bring in dozens of additional investigators. Forensic teams processed evidence from the bedrooms, snapped photos around the home's back door, and hunted for footprints. Others searched for surveillance video from around town. A week after the unalivings, records show investigators were on the lookout for a certain type of vehicle. Nissan Sentras from the model years 2019 to 2023.
Okay.
Quietly, they ran down details on thousands of such vehicles, including the owners, addresses, license plate numbers, and the color of each sedan. Man, somebody hopped in a couple days ago and said they thought it looked like a Sonata or a Sentra.
Sonata, that's the car. Yes. I thought it looked like a Sonata as well. Yes, very good point.
What?
I'm gonna have to agree. So you're not even, this isn't even the right damn car, and not even close to the year. Did they seriously say that? Investigators were on the look for a certain type of vehicle, Nissan Sentra. Oh my god, it's not even the right car. Like what are we, CJ, what are we supposed to do? Is this why we ask these questions? Because who the hell, this is the New York Times, okay? So who's telling the truth here? We get shit on for saying our opinions, and this is like supposed to be fact, so I don't understand. There needs to be more accountability.
Wow. Now,
somebody tell me what the hell is going on.
No, this is crazy.
This is insane.
I ain't never heard that.
This is the New York Times telling us this, so where are they getting their shit from?
Here, I'm gonna put the link. I'm saving that.
This is insane.
I'm gonna put the link in chat. Hold on a second, and you guys can check this out yourself. Thank you for the article link, Michio. Wow, thank you. I appreciate you.
Yeah, thank you.
It's a Tesla speeding away, Rory says. This is Rory Sunny Days. You're more than welcome to hop up. Had to be an error.
Well, I mean, who's the editor then? Who let that out? That's on someone.
What records?
Exactly. Where is he getting his information? Who is the source? Where did he get this from? Because this is way off. It's not even the right car, not even close to the right year. So it's very interesting.
The media one is better. What? There's a video on this? There's a video talking about this? But further scrutiny of the video footage produced more clarity, and on November 25th, the police in Moscow asked law enforcement agencies to look for a different type of car with a similar shape, white Hyundai Elantras from the model years 2011 to 2013. Just across the state border at Washington State University campus, LE began looking through their records for launches registered there. Among those they found was one registered to Mr. Kohberger, who had moved to the area earlier in 2022 to pursue a PhD in criminology. They checked Mr. Kohberger's car more closely, according to a court affidavit, including visiting the parking lot near his apartment in the early morning hours of November 29th. But the vehicle was a 2015 model, not the earlier models being sought in Moscow. The next day, records show investigators in Moscow were also looking closely at another vehicle, Ms. Kingsolva's car. She had purchased a 2015 Range Rover in the days before her unalived. Detectives gathered information on the registration, history, and legal owners, clearly interested in the history who had owned the car. But once again, the information provided few answers.
Okay. It's okay.
Basically stuff we already know. Yeah, more stuff we already know. Wow.
Yeah, I just that's the first time I've ever heard about Nissan Sentras. That's absolute first time.
It is. I hadn't heard that. Yeah, here's the lab right here. To do the genealogical analysis, the ISP contracted with a private company in Orthram, Texas, or the company Orthram, Texas. That's the company, which had a lab able to produce a more extensive DNA profile from the knife sheath than the state lab was set up to examine.
How many actual DNA cells did they? Wasn't it like 25 that they found, like the
20,
bare minimum of cells
20.
you could use?
20 DNA, yeah, and you literally leave 100 when you just tap somebody's shoulder.
Okay, that's okay. All right. Yeah. Okay.
But they got 20, and that's what we had heard. We had heard this, the speculation was, because it's not confirmed, but the speculation was that they needed to send it to that type of laboratory to use an enhanced DNA technique because they couldn't get a hit at their lab.
That's interesting.
And then I think the reason that I don't think there's any way to try. I don't think you could even do another if you got 20 skin cells. How can you do another test?
You can. That's it. It's one and done, isn't it?
You can't, so.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, thank you for the link, Michio. I appreciate that. Yeah, there's plenty more read on that. And I mean, here's a picture from the lab right there. Thank you, Moscow PD, state and federal investigators.
Interesting.
Yeah, I would be excused from jury because I'd be laughing the whole time. What's up, D. Smith? Dang, I missed that show. 24 with Kiefer Sutherland. I missed that.
That was a great show. Yeah, that was a great show.
Oh my gosh. I love the icon pick, D. Smith. Yeah, that was
an intense show too for cable at the time. That was like, whoa.
Kiefer Sutherland, I already like Kiefer Sutherland because the Lost Boys and stuff.
Yeah. I like his dad a lot too.
Yeah, but man, that 24 show.
Yeah, that was bomb.
24 show. Oh man, I never missed just hearing that ding, ding.
Yeah, that's the countdown. Yeah.
Yeah, you're just like, ooh, it's back. Yeah. Even that first episode where that chick, she was like, that secret agent, and she had that backpack on and jumped out of that airplane and landed in this beach on a parachute and had like a motorcycle waiting there. And that it had me hooked from the first episode. No lie.
You're like, I'm in.
That's awesome.
I think Dennis Hopper was the first real villain, right? In the first season, Dennis Hopper. Yeah.
I don't know. It's been so long. It would be neat to start. That would be a bit. Man, there's so many seasons though. There's like what 13 seasons.
Yeah, something like it's a pretty long show.
I'd love to binge.
And it's like 24 episodes a season too. It's like a shit ton, dude.
It's so. Oh, I love it. I love it. All the twists and turns, the
Yeah,
people
it was a great
you would
show.
think you're like, oh yeah, they're in on this, and the next thing you know, it's really not them, it's this person. You're like,
Yeah.
"Oh." Yeah, it was great.
Yeah.
Always kept you on your seat. Okay. Now I'm trying to de-spin. Thanks for hopping in, Donna. The most unreliable. What's that? Oh, touch DNA. I mean, come
Yeah,
on. You got 20 skin cells. I mean, come on.
Yeah, I'm sorry. That's a problem.
I mean,
how can you build a profile if you only have 20, right? You're supposed to have a certain amount. Like, how do you build a profile? That doesn't make sense. In my opinion, it does not make sense.
Oh. Let me see. Hold on one second. Hold on one second. Okay, 1 second.
How come Idaho can't do their own forensic testing? Why do they have to contract it out? That's an interesting question.
Well, I think they did, and they just don't have the technology to do it. Like I said, I think they didn't get a hit, and that's why they needed to send it to a cold case lab, because they specialize in trying to find DNA where you know, like where there's minimal sampling. They specialize in trying to get some kind of DNA out of it, and I think that's why they had to send it, because they couldn't get a hit, and it was the only way that they could.
Well, obviously it didn't work too well, because they're not even going to use the knife sheath anymore. So obviously it didn't work that great. So I mean, I don't know.
Right.
Obviously that wasn't enough.
So here's Sleuthy Goosey. What's up, Casey? P Fox, what's up? This is Sleuthy Goosey. It was a last minute live, and that's probably why it didn't get any notifications. I actually set it up an hour before. I was getting my sports show stuff finalized for tomorrow. So that took up most of the day. And then I was like, well, am I going to go live? There's not really a topic I'm focused on tonight. So I'm just like, I'm just going to be late night hanging out with everybody. We'll talk about whatever. So we were talking about UFO stuff, you know, all sorts of different stuff. And they had answers in like 2.5 seconds. It usually takes a while.
That's a good point.
I have a question. Would MPD have needed a search warrant for these Orthram lab findings? That's a good question.
Yeah. That's a good question.
It is. Yeah, I can't. I should do that sometime. Binge watch 24. I missed that. That's a great show. And by the way, if you want to come hang out on the sports show, you want to listen to sports, talk sports, chat about sports, just hang out. Come sub to my new channel. We'll be talking. It's all about sports and games. We'll be covering major events and sports show every Sunday. Tomorrow it'll be just a couple hours. I'm still doing my true crime world event shows Sunday nights, and then starting after that, I'm going to be transitioning to like a 6-7 hour sports show on Sunday, late morning to early evening. So definitely will be hanging out during the football season. You can call in, talk to me about your team, talk to me about whatever. We'll even be chill back watching little documentaries and stuff too. Just hanging out, having fun. So definitely sub if you think you'd enjoy it. Yeah, I don't get it. They needed to touch DNA. Now they're throwing out there. Yeah, I was surprised. I think it was because the defense was asking for all that stuff, which they should.
Right.
Which they should.
Well, I mean, so technically, I mean, you can't walk. We still have to prove, do they have anything in the car? And is there anything at his house? And if they can't find anything in his car or his house, you got to let that guy go, because you ain't got nothing.
Yeah, I made a highlight a few weeks ago, maybe even a month ago, and it was basically saying, if you ain't got nothing in that car, then what do you have? In my opinion, that's just my fucking opinion.
Absolutely.
What do you have? Because to me, because once we found out that the prosecution was like, no, we're not going to give you this information, and honestly, we're just going to toss the techniques and all this other, whatever you were asking for, we're just going to toss it. And so you just can't have it anyway. And the reason I felt they did that is because they knew they'd have egg on their face with how everything went down. But that's just my opinion.
Yep.
But after that, I'm like, okay, I'm looking at all the stuff that's available for my eyes to see, and as I'm looking at all the stuff that's available for my eyes, what's telling me is okay, well, I hope there's something in the car. Now, I used to work on cars. I used to detail. I detailed for very high-end clients, and I'm telling you, like, I did it for a living, and I know. I used to, trust me, I used to clean a lot of stuff. I mean, you're talking like shit would be crazy sometimes, and I would have to make that shit look like it rolled off a showroom floor, because that's what they expected of my business and what I offered. And I'm telling you right now, like, you ain't getting rid of blood. It don't matter if you're using bleach to clean your damn car and you got rubber gloves on. I'm telling you, it's a lot harder than that. There's the DNA the specs will go in places you might not even think that you need to clean. And when it comes to the FBI and it comes to their techniques, you can't tell me that they're not taking that thing apart to try and collect DNA from anywhere in that vehicle.
Everywhere, yep.
So if there was and is, then it'll be there. There's no way Kohberger could have cleaned that shit out with completely, but even with bleach, I'm telling you right now.
Okay, yeah, I believe, yeah.
Even with bleach, it ain't happening.
Well, I mean, the car's the key, because I mean, if there's nothing in the car, then that means there's nothing in the house, because he would have been an absolute freaking mess getting into the car to go to his house. So, unless he made that crazy route and he dumped all his clothes and he dumped the weapon, if this happened. But yeah, I mean, that car's the key to me right now. I think that's the answer. If there's anything in that car, then he's done. If not, we got a new ballgame.
According to what's in the PCA, because that's all we
This
know.
is just what they're telling us. This is just what they're telling us.
There could be something else, but usually in a PCA, there's something that makes you go, okay, there's evidence. But I don't know. We'll see. I can't
we'll see.
Can't wait for the trial. I already have a week set aside where I'm going to be doing from 8 in the morning until 8 at night, 12 hours a day. Whenever the first court date happens, I'm going to be live for the whole first 5 days of it, Monday through Friday, or whatever it is. If it's a Wednesday to a Wednesday, it don't matter. 8 to 8, I'm going to be live. That's going to be my first court case that I'm going to be covering, because I'm tired of having to wait until I go at nighttime to go live, because then I miss all of it. Because I'm telling you, my dream is one day to be a Monday through Friday, 8 to 4 talk show. Monday through Friday.
Yeah, absolutely.
So
That'd be great.
when this case happens, I'm there. I already have a week set aside, and I'm doing it, baby.
So Michio says, Christy G says they're still waiting for DNA results 8 months later. That's okay. I thought we already got them.
So let me see. They said Sleuthy Goosey. So did she do a live on it? Story time. I don't see. Is it on Twitter? Where's the is there like a local news? Did a local news cover it? Did they release
Sure, somebody did.
The court hearing? I'd like to use local news if I could. His car.
I'm sure Moscow had to cover it, or Pullman, or someone.
It's right below. No, these are from months ago. Videos, maybe?
Yeah, you can try videos.
No, these are from 2 weeks ago.
Maybe
she doesn't have it up anymore. She's on YouTube covering it. Oh, live right now?
Oh, okay.
I sent a link from Court TV. Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't get a notification for my emails. Yeah, I'll use Court TV.
Yeah, they're good.
Hold on one second. Where'd you send it, Tommy?
Got an email, buddy.
I don't see it. I just checked my email.
No, it's telling Tommy he's got to email it. If you didn't.
Just ended a live on it tonight.
Got some night owls out tonight. I love it.
Oh, so we're late nighting it, man.
That's awesome, dude.
That's why we got the limo in the back. That's one of the limos I used to work on back in the day. It is. It's one of the limos I used to work on back in the day.
Nice, dude.
Yeah, that's one of them. Because they would always have parties and stuff too. So,
Right on.
KTVB, thank you, bro. Appreciate it. Thank you.
There you go.
Thank you, sir. KTVB.
I love the picture. Is that Paul Blart?
Let me see here. So it's got to be alive, right?
No, it looks like a news channel.
2 weeks ago, 9 days ago. Let's see here.
Can you just go to Court TV's web channel? Or?
Here we go. Right here.
There you go. There it is.
Ooh, 1 second. Let me get the link for KTVB here real quick, so I can put them up on the screen. Appreciate that. Because I always like doing the local news, giving them the shout outs too, you know?
Yeah, no, for sure.
Sometimes their videos only get like 2 likes. I'm like, damn, you're the ones actually there. Wonder, it says they were looking for. Right, that's right, Kelly. I don't know. We need to look more into that. That is interesting.
That is very interesting.
Thank you, Chalk Baby. Appreciate that. If the chat gets too fast, just put out a message. Let me know. I need to slow it down. Okay. Just let me know. Maybe they should have kept looking.
Maybe.
24. Yeah. So here is KTVB. Let me get their link up there on the screen, and then we'll get to watching this stuff. Yeah, we did do Friday afternoon midstream show. We were kind of going off of Twitter and stuff, and then it got silent there for a little bit. All right.
Twitter silent? I found that hard to believe.
Yeah, Chanley, the lady from Court TV, was doing tweets.
Interesting.
Oh, come on, Discord. Let's see here. There we go.
All right. Thank you very much. Please be seated.
Oh, hold on. Let me move this camera here. There we go. We'll get the whole thing in there. Turn on the closed captioning too. No slow mode, please. What's up, Rose? If you'd like to hop up, you're more than welcome. We're late nighting it tonight. Then I got my sports show tomorrow. I'm so excited.
Get your sports on.
I'm excited.
What's your first topic going to be? What's your first thing you're going to cover in your new channel?
Bro, I'm just gonna wing it, but we're gonna have content right away. I'm just gonna, dude. I have so much in my sports folder.
Right on, dude.
There's.
Bro, you're gonna have so much fun with that, dude. Like, it's gonna be a blast. I can tell.
I can't wait. I can't wait. I need to get the green sheet behind me so I can have. Whoa! What is that?
Yeah, that's on their end. Yeah. See,
Like,
even their technology freezes up, man.
Ooh, we're in outer space here. We're floating.
The aliens are here, man.
Okay, so let's get on the record, please.
Later, Tommy. Thanks for hanging out, buddy.
Later, Tommy.
This is hard to hear.
State versus Brian Kohberger.
Give me 1 second. I'm gonna mute the music. Give me 1 second. This is hard to hear.
Yeah, I mean, they didn't have good audio for this. They really didn't.
There, we'll turn it down a little bit there. That way I can try and avoid this copyright thing here. All right. And then I'm just going to mute myself for a bit, and then I'll just unmute it when I talk. That way you guys can hear it best you can.
We will too.
Yeah. We'll start it over too. What's up, Patty? Yeah, it was a nice suit and tie, that's for sure.
Yeah, I'm really glad they gave him a suit, you know, humanize him a little more instead of every time he walks in, they try to, you know, make him look like he's psycho.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, she's right. Watch this judge very close.
Hey, we'll be doing fantasy sports. I'll help you guys out. We can all do one together. I can't wait, though. Tomorrow, sports, baby.
Bad acid trip, man.
This hybrid approach is challenging.
Yeah, aliens.
So, let's get on the record, please. We are now on the record. This is State versus Brian Kohberger, CR 29222805. We're here for a hearing on the Resolved family's motion to appeal, amend, and/or clarify the amended dissemination order that was filed back on February 3rd. Was delayed because media sought some relief from the Idaho Supreme Court. There was a delay to find out what the Supreme Court was going to determine. They did. And this morning we have the state represented by Mr. Thompson and Mr. Rudley. Mr. Kohberger is in the courtroom, represented by Ms. Taylor and Mr. Logston. And I believe Mr. Gray is there. He is.
Let me sit back here, Your Honor.
And I believe some of the family is participating, observing on Zoom. So before we get into the arguments, I want to address the Gonzalez family and all the families, really. Didn't really have an opportunity to do this at the arraignment. My heart does go out to the families. And the loss to your children is devastating and horrific. I mean, dispute about that.
That is correct.
I also want to
Wow.
acknowledge and apologize
Gina.
because at the arraignment, I did stumble over a couple of names.
You guys are crazy.
Name.
I love
want
it.
to explain that. I was up all night, really ill, probably food poisoning.
Oh.
And I was not at full potential. Probably also some emotion and nerves as I read those names. And I'm sorry. So that's my apology for that. I know some people
Don't dive.
I also wanted to explain a procedure at the arraignment that apparently
I was sick last night.
from the media that some people were
I had to be off camera.
confused.
I was like, oh.
When Mr. Kohberger declined to enter a plea.
I bet it was scary,
I just wanted
Rose.
to clear that up because I didn't really see any explanation about that in the media. That is Mr. Kohberger's right. And
I did.
Rule 11,
It was crazy. He read them wrong.
Criminal rules. This is a quote. If a defendant refuses to plead, the court must direct the entry of a plea of not guilty. That is not unusual. But reading the media, it seemed like somewhat mysterious. So I wanted to explain that, particularly to the media. It's a small issue, but it's somewhat, well, I think that I have an obligation, just as the media has an obligation, to help to educate the public about the processes that we are responsible to follow in the courtroom, and that's important for journalists. That's also important for the citizens. So, if you're curious about that, you can always find the criminal rules on the Idaho Supreme Court website, and it's very, very easy to read them and maybe get a better understanding. All right, so that's my speech for today. Mr. Gray, come on up. And
if you allow me just a minute or two to get sorted out here.
Take your time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gray.
Can I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes.
First, Your Honor, we'd like to thank you for apologizing to the victim's family. I think it was an emotional day for them, and they appreciate your apology. I know that they took that part up. Thank you. I first want to start with the procedural history of this non-dissemination order, if I could. On January 3rd, 2023, the Judge Marshall submitted a non-dissemination order. And in that order, it applied to parties in the action, which would have been the prosecution, the defense, and any agents, investigators involved in it. After that non-dissemination order was issued, I reached out to the prosecutor's office to see if I could get Judge Marshall's email. So for some reason, I don't know if they took it down, but I couldn't find it online. And they informed me that they were not privy to give me that information. Then on January 13th, there was a Zoom call that was requested by Judge Marshall. That Zoom call was requested at 1 o'clock on the 13th. I received an email at 12:58 from Judge Marshall's clerk requesting a Zoom call to speak to all interested parties. The Zoom call occurred at 4 o'clock p.m. During that meeting, the judge reminded us, all the parties involved, it was the prosecution, it was the defense, it was myself, it was the attorneys for the victims' families, the attorneys for the witnesses, I believe, were there as well, a number of attorneys, and reminded us that her non-dissemination order mirrored that of Idaho Rules of Professional Conduct 3.6. As part of that hearing, and I think it's details here, she talks about the rule applies to all lawyers participating in the Zoom meeting, the state and the defense, and all attorneys for the witnesses. When she had that Zoom meeting, and I've requested the transcript from that Zoom meeting and haven't been able to receive it yet from Judge Marshall's court, so we can have a full transcript of what went on that day. But as part of that meeting, I had questioned Judge Marshall regarding the victim's family and whether or not they were allowed to speak to the media based on the fact that she had said all interested parties as well in the initial non-dissemination order. I didn't receive any clarification. I was just instructed to go back to Idaho Rules of Professional Conduct 3.6, as well as I was told, and this is in quotes from her Zoom release, take their duties in utmost regard.
What's up, Bruce?
Conducting themselves and advising their clients. I took that as I should tell my clients to be quiet. She reiterated that again in the Zoom call by saying that I had ethical duties ascribed above in the Idaho Rules of Professional Conduct for commentary of Rule 3.6. And she reminded me later that lawyers have a responsibility in giving advice to their clients. I disagreed with Judge Marshall on almost every point during that meeting. As well as if I had known that we were going to be discussing the Idaho Rules of Professional Conduct and those.
Okay, I mean, I get it about the brown shoes, but was he wearing like a brown tie or something?
No, it's just the fact that it's like, dude, I mean, it's just not the right shoes to wear to this kind of a case. That's just my opinion. I was not happy with his shoe choice. Maybe he's wearing a brown tie. It's just the wrong. Wear some right shoes. Wear the right shoes.
I mean, they're shoes.
In my opinion.
I mean,
I'm sure he's comfortable, but it doesn't look. Did he wear blue and brown like that? I don't know.
Maybe he's got like a brown tie, or there's like a brown handkerchief or something, you know.
Man, a good pair of black dress shoes, always.
I only see from behind, you know. So I don't know. Does somebody?
I don't know. Maybe he looks amazing. Maybe he looks amazing. I don't know.
You know, looks thrown together. He was late for his boat.
He literally just got off the boat. Oh, that's a good one.
Oh shit! Back to the show.
Yeah, onward.
That issue, I was really prepared. But
wow.
Only having a 3-hour notice.
Y'all are crazy.
Y'all
are crazy.
Didn't allow me to address this
Really that's why they're here today. We're all crazy.
After
you guys are nuts.
Non-dissemination order in
I love you guys.
January 3rd. And January 3rd.
Yeah, Rory's up here with me tonight.
Meeting. The judge amended the non-dissemination
right?
order,
Fashion police.
January 18th.
I'm not worried about the brown shoes. Who knows, you know?
Except for she added the attorneys for any interested party in this case, including attorneys representing witnesses, victims, or victims' families, as well as parties to the above compatible action. So you can see the difference is that the first one dealt with parties to the case. The second one went way over the top, addressing all attorneys that might be associated with the case or any attorneys that might have an interested party in this case. So that's where we are today. I filed a motion based on that additional language. Now, I'd like to get into some of the issues here. It's very clear that I am not a party to the case and the victims' families are not a party to the case. That's very clear through all of the case law, as well as.
Can I interrupt you?
Yes.
There's no dispute about that.
Okay. Then
your clients are not parties. The only parties of this case are the state and Mr. Kohberger. That's clear. That's clear in the case law with regard to any victims or victims' families. there are constitutional protections and statutory protections for victims and their families.
I would agree.
That's well established.
So let's get into the actual non-dissemination order itself, how it addresses to me personally as the attorney for the victim's family. This non-dissemination order, of all of the cases and all of the motions that were filed, and referencing every case that was listed in this case,
What's
none
up,
of
Bree?
them apply to a victim's
Exactly. Yep.
an attorney representing the victims. The Idaho v. Tap case was an attorney speaking about a judge who he was in front of. The Good case was a defense attorney that spoke to the media. The Mezabov case was a defense attorney and a prosecutor. The Morrissey case was a defense attorney and a press conference. Varner versus Delahunty was an attorney and a judge, all parties to the case. Cutler was a defense attorney, U.S. v. Cutler. Zhao versus Slav was a defense attorney. Irwin versus Dowd were the prosecutor's actions and speaking to the media. Shepard v. Marshall, Maxwell is a trial publicity regarding the prosecutor's actions prior to trial. None of those things apply to the victim's family or the victim's attorney in any way. Now, I do agree that the court has the power to control those that are parties to the case and that are involved in the case in some way. But we have to define that. What means involvement in the case? Part of that is that the judge referred to the Idaho Rules of Professional Conduct 3.6, trial publicity. She references that multiple times as the basis for her non-dissemination order in this case and how it might apply to me. If you'll read the first paragraph, a lawyer who participates or has participated in the investigation or litigation of a matter shall not make extrajudicial statements. That is not me. It never has been me. It can't be me because I'm not involved in the litigation. She also says,
Can I ask you a question about that? Because I mean, I think the case law is quite clear that attorneys who are representing witnesses can be restricted to some degree, partly because they have access to particular information that should not be shared with the public. And if I'm recalling correctly, the state has suggested or has determined that your clients are witnesses potentially. So that's kind of the
I can
issue
address
right
it, Your
there.
Honor.
Go ahead.
As part of that is that
This is interesting.
The victim's family has never been involved in this investigation, ever from the get-go. After Mr. Kohberger was indicted, we received no information about anything regarding the prosecution. Nothing. They wouldn't even tell us that a grand jury was being impaneled for Mr. Kohberger. They told us that there was a grand jury that was being impaneled. And common sense, we figured it out because he's the only guy in the count. But they wouldn't even relay that information. They haven't relayed any information regarding the investigation of the case. But the most critical part of it
Oh, thank you
is
so
that the
much.
prosecution has never, ever interviewed the Gonzalez family. So how in the world would we ever be able to be witnesses in this case? And for what purpose would we be? If you're asking about for sentencing purposes, that's post-conviction. That's after he's been convicted on the case. Prior to trial, we're not any witnesses. And that falls into completely different statutes. That falls into the restitution statute. It falls into the victim statute. I just handled that matter in front of the Lori Vallow case, where the judge, I had a motion, the defense did not want the victim's family to appear. And so the judge had to make a determination whether they were immediate family, because it was the grandparents. Completely different statutes because that was post-conviction. And those witnesses were allowed in the courtroom and were involved in the sentencing aspect of it. Okay? So we are in a very, very different factual situation here.
Late night at
As
Cassie.
a witness to the case, they've never ever told us in any way how we would be witnesses in this case, other than the conjecture that we may have potentially. That's not good enough to stop the free speech of the victim's family as well as myself. The other thing is that if the victims can say whatever they want during the free speech and that's exempt, why would I not be allowed to say the same thing that they say?
My understanding is that your clients are not restricted in any way, never have been.
Well, I'll give you an example.
Is that true?
That's right. Well, I agree now, because that's not the tone of the Zoom meeting.
Well, we're not talking about the
Okay.
tone. I'm talking about the language of the order.
Yes, the language of the order now,
Oh,
because the
thank you.
interested parties asked for
Appreciate
clarification. Now I understand that they can say whatever they want. And that's correct. But here's the problem. If they said, we think the judge is crazy, would I advise them against that? Absolutely.
Thank you.
But if I went and said, my victim, the family asked, has said that they think the judge is crazy. There's nothing wrong with that. I'm repeating exactly what they said. Now, what comes into play is, for our purposes today, is what if I offer up my own opinion? Right? Well, then I'm already governed by the Idaho rules of professional conduct. And if
I'm glad you're acknowledging that.
no, well, every attorney is, Your Honor. I mean, it's not every attorney is. So the idea that I'm not, but every rule doesn't apply all the time. If I'm talking poorly about a judge, another rule might pop in. 8.3, I think is what it is, or 8.1. If I'm saying other things that might affect things another way, then maybe the probability. But the probability, I don't even think applies to me in this anyway, because if you look at it, it says it applies to a lawyer who is participating or is participating in the investigation or litigation of a matter shall not make extrajudicial statements. And it goes on, highlighted by Judge Marshall, then in paragraph 3. The rule sets forth a basic general prohibition about lawyers making statements that the lawyer knows or should know will have a substantial likelihood of materially prejudicing the adjudicated proceeding. And at the bottom of the paragraph, it says this. Rule only applies to lawyers who are or who have been involved in the investigation or litigation of cases and their associates. If I'm not a party to the case, I can't be involved in the investigation or the litigation of this case in any way. So I would argue that the trial publicity rule of professional conduct does not apply to me as well.
Help me understand what you think you can't say that you've already been saying.
I have no idea. I have no idea what
you've been on the media and
It's so funny, dude. Like he's just having a good time or something. It's like,
wondering
the hell.
how do you feel that you've been restrained in any way with this order?
I think you're not seeing what the point is. What the point is that the court has issued a non-dissemination order that restricts First Amendment rights, that is overly broad in almost every aspect of it. Anybody that's interested and they have an attorney, when an attorney who's walking down the street could offer up his opinion in any way, it also takes away from the idea, doesn't the court want victims' families to have representation, to guide them through the legal process? Wouldn't the court encourage that they could explain things, say, maybe advise them on what to say, what not to say? I mean, if you're taking my voice away, you're taking the voice away of everything. The other part of it is this, is that I'm absolutely blown away that the prosecution doesn't agree with me in this case. The reason being is that they are representing the victims, which in turn are the victims' families. And I have not seen a poorer line of communication in my 22 years of practicing than the prosecution's office and the gun's office.
Listen to that.
I think it stems from.
What's up? We can pause for a minute and chit chat. You guys are funny in chat, hilarious.
No, dude. Yeah, that's some good ones. Look, I think that's very important. I've never seen a poor line of communication in my 22 years. What does that tell you right there? These guys ain't saying nothing to nothing.
Nah, because they're afraid, man. They gotta be.
Exactly. What do you like? Just say what you got.
Yeah, with as little as there, right? That we know of. Judge was definitely for not. Yeah, that's for sure. I don't know. That it seems like he's done interrupted him a few times, which he can. I mean, he's the judge, right?
Right.
But he does kind of. I see what you guys are saying. He does seem kind of smirky, kind of like.
Like your question, why am I here? Like, it's just what case is this? Yeah.
Yeah, like he's all like, "Hey, like, you know what I mean?" Like, I don't know. I do see what you guys are saying with the smirk word salad. You guys are funny. Huh. I mean, but yeah, because when we were watching it on Twitter Friday afternoon, you could some of the quotes that he was was being put on Twitter from Shanley, and it was just like, oh man, you could hear the back and forth, and I'm like, man, I bet it's tense. But as I'm watching it, it looks like it wasn't tense really as much as I thought it was.
No.
But the judge was kind of talking in a nonchalant manner, it seems, but maybe that might, because I don't know, when talking about sports, when you're watching sports, they could be talking about serious stuff, and it almost looks like they have a grin too. So maybe it's just his natural facial feature. Maybe he's nervous, so he's grinning. I mean, he was nervous the night before, about this, so maybe he's just nervous, and that's why he's got a grin. I don't know.
Yeah.
It seems pretty though. Yeah, this is Rory up here with me. Sorry, I gotta leave the source up there while we're listening to it, but I wish StreamYard, please allow the names to stay up, even if you're highlighting a banner or a comment, because it does drive me crazy when the names go away. I don't understand why the names go away, but I'd like to have this up there. That way I can fully credit the source whenever we're using anybody's material.
Yep.
So that's
absolutely
why I do. Let me see here. All right, we'll get back to this.
Initially, we were critical of the investigation. They wanted to find the person who did it. That's normal emotions. And then from that point on, it has been, we are the enemy. And that's how we feel in this. And so, me guiding them,
not this time.
trying to limit my voice and helping them out in some way, and then throwing out a random idea that they may be potential witnesses when they've never ever interviewed them in any way. It's just an attempt to shut the attorney up and shut the family up, is what it is. Because if I had come to you today and said, we've given 7 interviews, Your Honor, we may be witnesses in this case, we've done all of these things, it may be a different story. We haven't done anything. They haven't interviewed the entire family. So,
well, I don't know what's in all the investigation, obviously, and a lot of us don't know and probably won't know until the trial.
And the other thing,
well, let me just say this. I think one of the
it's true.
issues is this is potentially a death penalty case. Hasn't been noticed, but that is.
Yeah, I did notice that, Crime Solver. That was interesting.
The families of the victims certainly would be witnesses in that process.
I thought too.
That is not post-conviction technically, is it?
It's well, if your goal is fair and impartial jury, right? That's the reason for the non-dissemination order. Well, after the conviction, that goes away.
Well, it's also confidence in the process. So I have that job. I have a job of protecting and preserving the First Amendment and also the Sixth Amendment. And there is some balancing there. That is why lawyers who have access to information that is not accessible by the public have particular restrictions. That's what this whole case is about. In this hearing is about.
And as an officer of the court, I can tell you we have zero access.
Okay, so you're saying that the prosecutor's office has not shared information with your client.
Regarding the facts of this case, no, they haven't.
Wow.
Right.
How things occurred.
Everybody's going to have a chance to weigh in on this, and I just, you're helping me understand what the issues are, so thank you.
What is, so that's really the issue here. I mean, and this is an important ruling, because what you're doing is this has never happened before, ever hasn't happened before, that a Judge Marshall, has tried to silence the attorneys for victims. Never has it happened that I'm aware of.
Would you feel more comfortable if there was a more concrete description of what people could say and what they can't say?
I don't think you have the authority to, Your Honor.
Well, I think I do have the authority.
Well, my argument is that part of the argument is that.
In fact, I know.
Wow, you can't handle the truth.
Right?
What the heck? Hold on, let me replay that.
I do have the authority.
I don't think you have the authority.
Would you feel more comfortable if there was a more concrete description of what people could say and what they can't say?
I don't think you have the authority to, Your Honor.
Well, I think I do have the authority.
Well, my argument is that part of the argument is that.
In fact, I know I have the authority.
In fact, I know.
The authority would be to repair the attempt to have a fair and impartial jury. It should be control people that are involved in the case.
Yeah, that was not a smart move on his part.
That's part of it.
And we're not involved in the case.
Okay, that's hard to accept. But
we're not witnesses in the case. We're not.
Why are you smirking?
We're not involved in the litigation. I can't file any motions. I can't subpoena anybody. I can't cross-examine witnesses. I can't do anything. So this idea that there's this loose idea that there may be our freedom to speak, First Amendment, is.
We're talking about your speech.
That's right.
Not your client's speech.
But that is not speech. That is part of it, though.
Well, in your memorandum, you are suggesting that you also have an independent position that you are representing yourself.
I do.
It's distinctive from your responsibility to your clients.
That's why the motion is for amending or clarification, because there's the clients that have the free to speak. There's me repeating what they have to say. They said we thought the judge was crazy, and I said the judge was crazy. I can't be, it doesn't violate the non-dissemination.
Gotta stop with that crazy talk.
And then there's my independent voice, where I said, the judge is crazy? Yeah, I think the judge is crazy. That goes into another layer, right? Where it would be, Idaho rules of professional conduct would fall into play, and what I would be doing or what I couldn't do. Not the non-dissemination order, because we're not parties to the case. I'd be governed by the Idaho rules of professional conduct if I made those statements, extradite those statements. And I may or may not fall under the trial publicity. I would argue that I don't, because I'm not a party to it. I'm not litigated it. I don't have any information on it. None of those things. So really, that's where the authority for me, for my voice, would come from the Idaho rules of professional conduct, if I did that. And if I made a statement that I thought didn't apply for trial publicity purposes, that would be an argument for another day. But it wouldn't be for you for a contempt of court for me, because I'm not a party to the case and I'm not involved in the case in any way. I'm just repeating what my clients say, or I'm just saying my own individual opinion, which doesn't, by the way, makes it absolutely unduly prejudicial. Because what if a guy is on an Idaho bar member, is walking down the street, looks up, sees a television program where the Gonzalez family says, well, we thought the judge was crazy, right? And then all of a sudden, the media is outside, they interview him, they say, hey, you're an attorney here. What about the judge being crazy? Well, I've been in front of him 3 or 4 times, and I would agree with him. You're going to sanction him and contempt of court? You can't. Same as me, because I'm not a party to it. He's not a party to it. He might be governed by the Idaho rules of professional conduct by commenting on you, Your Honor, but it wouldn't be because of the judge's non-dissemination order. So how can it not apply to him, but it can apply to me? It can't.
The case law suggests that because you represent potential witnesses, that you have access to information that may not or should not be shared with the public. That's what the case law says.
And I would argue this: what what potential witnesses are we, number one, and what access to information do we have? I think the defense has argued that we have some sort of access because the clients can tell me whatever they want to tell me, right? Well, that's free speech. They can say whatever they want to me, and I could go off and say whatever I want that they said. Because it's free speech. It's the First Amendment. So you can't, this non-dissemination order is so broad, none of the case law applies to people that are outside of the defense or the prosecution. That's the point of it. That's the whole point of a non-dissemination order, because they have access to it. They have access to the information. Victims, attorneys, families do not.
I see it now,
May or may not be a potential witness is enough for your honor. I just can't see that, especially when there's no history of them ever being a witness. And to tell you the truth, the day after they filed that notice, or the day before they filed the notice that we may be potential witnesses, we had just gotten out of a meeting with the prosecutor's office, discussing whatever we could discuss, like our concerns, because that's all we do is go in and talk about our concerns, and they tell us,
Oh, what's up, Lisa? Thank you.
We can't say anything. We can't say anything. We'll get to it.
Thank you.
Not aware of a meeting where we describe as being witnesses in this case, but all of a sudden, the next day, they thought we might be, even though they've never interviewed us. So they're throwing stuff in the air. It's not justified, and the idea that he thinks maybe might is not enough to regulate my free speech in this as the attorney for the victim's family, because that's what we are. We're not attorney for witnesses. We're attorney for the victim's family. And if the court has any other questions, I'd be more than happy.
I understand your position.
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Gray. So let me go to the state. I don't know if that's Mr. Thompson or Mr. Rutland.
Don't be me. Can I have one moment, Your Honor?
Certainly. Thank you.
If I may.
Yes, you may.
Mr. Rudley is actually going to be arguing on the motions themselves, but as attorneys, we have a duty of candor to the court. Mr. Gray has made representations to the court that at best are misleading and in
Oh, wow.
ways simply untrue. And I need to correct them for the record because the media is here. I do not want the public to come away with the impression that impropriety occurred. First, Mr. Gray, on behalf of his clients, has propounded a number of questions to our office and to the investigators. We have answered the ones that we can. We have not shared ones that we are concerned that Mr. Gray or his clients would make public and compromise the integrity of the investigation. For him to say that we provided more information is simply not true. Secondly, claims that law enforcement has not interviewed his clients, somehow that is investigatable. In fact, from the very beginning, the investigators have attempted to interview his clients, and Mr. Gray has not permitted it. Just for the record, I want to make sure that's clear. Thank you.
If I could speak to that, Your Honor.
You'll be able to come
you.
back in after you hear the other arguments.
Thank
Mr. Rutland, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. In State v. Spencer, the Idaho Supreme Court also the duty of the prosecutor to ensure the right to a fair and impartial trial. Under the dictates of Shepard v. Maxwell, the court has a duty to take affirmative steps to address the impacts that intense pretrial publicity can have on a case. As noted in Shepard, Nebraska Press Association versus Stewart, and their progeny, an order like the one in this case is an appropriate measure for addressing that duty of the court. As Mr. Boston's experts have noted, attorneys often have information about a case that may not be appropriate for dissemination in the press. Additionally, attorneys carry a greater weight when dealing appearing on television. For instance, what might be easier for the parties to address is a juror that says, I've seen coverage on the case, but I don't always trust what I've seen on TV, and I can set that aside. What's more difficult is a juror that says, I've seen attorneys for the prosecution, attorneys for the defense, or attorneys for the victims on television.
Good night.
Talking about a critical aspect of the case.
Night, Cassie. Thank you.
In the matter of Gentile versus State Bar of Nevada, that case involved an attorney who held one press conference in 1991 after the indictment of his client. In this case, Mr. Grace repeatedly issued statements and been on television. At minimum, it's insincere to argue that he's feeling bound by the order when it's clearly not abided by. In Gentile, the court noted that the speech of attorneys is subject to less substantial, or it can be regulated by less substantial means. In this case, as we've shown by the affidavit we filed, the Gonzalez families are potential witnesses in a trial, or more specifically at sentencing. The order in this case is not vague, overbroad, unduly restrictive, or not narrowly drawn. It precludes all extrajudicial statements of the attorneys in this case, attorneys for the witnesses, victims, law enforcement, and investigators. The order addresses, if the court were to apply strict scrutiny, the order addresses a substantial likelihood that pretrial publicity poses to the integrity of the judicial system, and is tailored to ensure that the rights to a fair trial are upheld. As we briefed in the case of Levine, the alternatives such as sequestration of the jury or changing a venue aren't going to mitigate the impacts of statements, extrajudicial statements in this case, and are unlikely to do so. Thus, the state contends that the order is an appropriate measure of the court to uphold its duty under Shepherd, Nebraska Press Association, and the like to preserve the right to a fair and impartial trial. At a minimum, Mr. Gray's statements that he's not bound by trial publicity rules or 3.6 in this case illustrate why the order of the court is necessary in this matter. And so we would ask that the court uphold the amended non-dissemination order, or at most tailor it to those statements specifically precluded in Rule of Professional Conduct 3.8. And with that, I'll stand for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Redley. Yeah, do you think that would be helpful to just, and I asked Mr. Gray this same question, would it be helpful to say, okay, you can say these things, but you can't say these things, and be more specific about that?
Your Honor, our initial position is that the total prohibition of extrajudicial statements is the safest and most responsive way in this case to address and preserve the right to a fair and impartial trial.
Right. Can you go back? You mentioned this about the standard particularly applying to the lawyers who are somehow connected with the case.
Yes, Your Honor. In Nebraska Press Association v. Stewart, it's noted that I believe Justice Brennan states that there's no doubt that the court has authority, though it's in a footnote, it's no doubt that the court has authority to regulate the speech of attorneys, witnesses, and other participants in the court process. At this point, the evidence that's been provided is that the family would be potential witnesses in the case, as Mr. Thompson mentioned. We haven't necessarily been able to make a full assessment of that, but undoubtedly they'd be witnesses in any sentencing.
And what about the standard? Strict scrutiny or lower standard?
Your Honor, we would argue that the court should apply the standard in Gentile versus State Bar of Nevada, where the Supreme Court stated that, I don't want to mess this up, quick here, that the speech of lawyers may be regulated under a less demanding standard. So we would argue that so long as the court finds that it has a duty under Shepard to preserve the right to a fair and impartial trial, that the order addresses the substantial likelihood that pretrial, that negative pretrial publicity would have on that right, then the court would have authority to impose the amended non-dissemination order.
Thank you, Mr. Evans.
Thank you.
I do notice that. That's a good point.
Judge, I think a lot has already been said, and obviously we wrote a lot in the briefing, so I guess I'll just touch on a couple of them. In terms of the argument that the victims' families are not involved in the litigation of this case, and therefore don't fall into 3.6, it would be our position that if you have statutory and constitutional rights involved in this case, you're involved in the litigation. Regardless.
Now go ahead and pause it here real quick just to chit chat for a few. Good night, everybody that's hopping off. I appreciate you. I'll probably hop off after we're done watching this and then get some rest so I can do my sports show tomorrow. Definitely come over there and hang out. And I'm wondering, like I was saying, before, like, why didn't you release the photo of the vehicle of Kohberger's, if that's what you were looking for?
I agree.
I'm sure you got a whole bunch of white Elantras. You already told us how many you started looking through in the beginning, how you had to comb it down. I'm sure that's where the 51 terabytes came from. That's right. Exactly. There's so many of them. And with what you gave us, I mean, come on. Anytime, even for an Amber Alert, if you have a description or a picture of the vehicle, you always use that when you're trying to find a vehicle.
I'm sorry, Sonny. I can't tonight. Soon, though.
The media hearing, the best one? Not tonight. I will on the next show, that's for sure. It's already 1:18. It'll probably be about 2 o'clock when I get done here, my time. And then I'll be back up in the morning eating some breakfast and then hopping on talking some sports for a little bit.
Yeah, man, you got to get that rest, man.
Yeah, get the sports show going. And then next weekend, I'll be doing the 7 hour sports shows starting next
That'll be a marathon, man.
No, not really. It's just chilling back, chit chatting,
Hey, man, you love what you do.
Mm-hmm. I appreciate the company. Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate that. I believe I just need to get 100 likes in order to get thrown out there.
Yeah, it's 100. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I don't even know where we're at. Let me look real quick. Let's see. Hey, we're at 110, so.
Okay, all right.
Yeah. All right. So we got about 10 minutes left of this. How long is the what's up, Emma? Testimony. Yeah, how long is that one? Let me know. We'll see.
Question whether or not the prosecution is willing to work closely with you or whatever issue you have there. The reality is, if you have literal rights that permit you certain things that are involved in this case, you're involved in litigation, and therefore you fall within 3.6 just like everyone else. Second, the standard from Gentile is the substantial likelihood of material prejudice. I don't want to get too much into that, Judge. I think that's kind of this afternoon's argument. I think the main thing before the court, as far as it's just there's a call within this, and the court to decide what is appropriate. But I would note that given the vast amount of media coverage in this case, the fact that it seems like no matter what anybody says or does, in one way, shape, or form, it will be twisted into an attack on my client. We also agree that at this point, the safest thing is for everyone to just not be talking in the media and allow statements to be made here, where we all get a chance to speak. The media gets all that information. If they still choose to do what it is they've been doing, then that's on them. But we don't have somebody just trying to whip the media into a frenzy and send this case to firing squad or others. So that's our main concern. The only other thing that I wanted to address, and the court addressed this a little bit, the reason we stand silent with grand jury indictments is because there's an old arcane rule that says that if you have a grand jury indictment and you enter a plea, you are accepting the validity of the indictment. I haven't seen prosecutors try to use that in a long time, but we can avoid any possible claims that somehow we can't challenge anything with the indictment by simply standing silent and having the court enter the plea. So just so that everybody's clear, that's why. Does the court have any questions for me?
I don't think so, but thank you for that additional education.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Gray, it's your motion, so you can respond to what other counsel express.
I guess the first thing I would want to address is the prosecution's idea that I haven't allowed our clients to speak with the investigators. You'll realize that the day of the incident, I wasn't retained on this case until close to December 5th, which will be more than 3 weeks after the incident occurred. And they still have made no contact as far as investigating and interviewing the victims' families. So somehow that I precluded that in some way is just not true, Your Honor. And as far as scheduling those things, I'll just leave it at that. The second part is, everyone is quoting the Gentile case. The Gentile case is exactly like all of the other cases. It says over and over, it has to be a lawyer participating in the judicial proceedings. It has to be a lawyer who represents a defendant involved with the criminal justice system, a lawyer actively participating in trial, a lawyer who's participating before the courts can only be limited if he's participating in front of the courts. None of it applies to me.
It seems like you're in the court right now.
Because you're the one that brought me in here because of the non-dissemination.
You brought yourself in.
Yeah, well,
you're the one who filed the motion.
I did file the motion because the
Oh, thank you, buddy.
order is unconstitutional.
I'm just trying to clarify what you just said.
Well, this will probably be the only time I'm allowed because I won't have the authority to file any other motions on anything else in this case.
Why would you say that?
Well, because I'm not a party to the case.
You can still, I mean, the media.
And I'm going to go ahead and pause it real quick. They want to know when you're dropping another video, man.
I'm working on it right now. Should be out by Monday, I will say. I don't want to make a promise, but definitely by Monday.
And I don't know, are you busy tomorrow, man? You going to join the sports show tomorrow?
Hey, man, if I got the invite, I'm there.
Yeah. I'll hit you up and I'll just send you the link in an email and then you can just hop on whenever you want. So if you want to come hang out with us on the sports show tomorrow, definitely come hang out over there.
Man. That'd be a good time. Hell yeah. Thank you.
I'm excited. I can't wait. And then Grizz, he made the intro for me for my true crime. He's going to be making the intro for me for my sports show too. I'm excited. It might not be tomorrow, but probably next week or the week after. I'm excited. I can't wait. So yeah, come hang out. I'll throw the link out there again.
All right, buddy. Thank you.
He is not a party of the case either.
Once again,
the court has said they have standing to come into the court, and addressed issues. So
Yeah, but that's completely separate. They're not.
well, I know it's separate.
Okay, so
I also respect your position in representing the families, the family's victim, or, excuse me, the victim's family, and I respect that. And there are some constitutional issues, rights that they have. So I'm not just dismissing that.
And the mere fact that you have a right, I'm absolutely positive that the Idaho legislature and the Constitution, when they gave victims rights, didn't think that was implementing those victims into the trial in some way. Absolutely positive that wasn't the intention of it. So this idea that if you have rights, then you're involved is just beyond. That being said, Your Honor, nothing precluded the prosecution from contacting my clients well before I was representing them. I had almost 3 weeks to contact them. I think, don't mark me on this, I think I was retained on December 5th. I think that was the day. I don't have my file in front of me that would hold me to it, but I think that was the day. So they had plenty of time to contact my clients and interview them if they were going to be potential witnesses in this case. And since then, every time we have had a meeting, we have initiated that conversation. It hasn't been the prosecution initiating that conversation.
So are you saying since you have been representing your clients that the prosecutor or investigators have not asked for interviews?
I would say this, in the meetings that I have had with the prosecution's office, I have asked, as part of that, whether interviewing my clients might be an issue. Would they like to do that in some way? I've offered that up in some way, and they've never taken this up. And maybe a random email here and there that says something and no follow-up whatsoever about it. So this idea that they are going to be witnesses in this case is just an attempt by the prosecution to shut them up as well as to shut me up. And by the way, people completely forget about this. All of the information that has been disseminated to the public from the get-go was the mayor, Art Benton. Chief Fry had interviews. Bill Thompson had interviews. The coroner had interviews. All of those people had interviews. We didn't until we started getting information and started trying to figure out what was going on after they had given interview after interview after interview. That was the purpose of the judge issuing the non-dissemination order. It's to quiet them up, not quiet the victims up. They had no control over that investigation from the get-go.
That order was a stipulation between the state and Mr. Kohberger.
That's the other thing, though, is that the court, after that Zoom meeting, Judge Marshall incorrectly said that was stipulated by all parties. I never stipulated to that. I emailed the judge.
You're not a party.
Exactly right. I'm not involved in the case.
The stipulation was between the parties.
So
you've correctly stated who the parties are.
So we would ask.
I agree, but you were suggesting that it was entered to shut down the prosecutor's office.
Why would they?
That's what you just said.
I do think that part of the that was part of the process, is that they understood that their investigation was getting out of hand. Too many people were talking in their investigation, and that's why they stipulated to it. Yes, I do.
When you say they, you mean the prosecutor's
Yes.
office?
Yes.
All right.
Do you want me to give you a final, or do you?
Go fight.
Okay.
You go.
We're not a party to the case. You're very aware of that. I have the right to repeat what my clients say to the media. I also have an independent right governed by the Idaho Rules of Professional Conduct regarding those individual rights versus my own opinions. But those opinions, I don't firmly believe, would fall under the publicity rule on the Idaho Rules of Professional Conduct, because I'm not litigating it or part of the litigation. And the reason those things are in place are because people that have real privy information in prosecution and the defense, which I don't, which my clients don't, in any way, it shouldn't apply, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Green. All right, well, I'm not going to issue a decision today. I'm going to issue a written decision. There is a lot of briefing, and I heard some very interesting argument today. And we'll get back to work and try to get a decision out as soon as possible. So, anything else we need to address before I adjourn? Mr. Thompson? Ms. Taylor?
Hey, PR, we thought you'd probably want to issue an order. Wait, I guess we're just wondering if in the meantime, the order as it is remains in place.
Yes.
Thank you.
It remains in place until I address it. So, with that, we are adjourned. Thank you all.
I'll go ahead and share that. Let's see, it's 1:32. So there's the link for that if you want to go ahead and have it for yourself. Send me the link to the other one. We'll check it out on another show. That's pretty interesting though. It was nice to watch it. Check it out and see it. Hopefully they have camera. I mean, if anything, hopefully they have a camera set up like that. I mean, that's not too bad. It kind of sucked when Ann Taylor kind of backed up a little bit. And,
well, I was wondering if she was like trying to cover his face because he was getting frustrated or something. She didn't want the camera to see him that way. I don't know, maybe, but it'll be very interesting to see if they're going to let cameras in there or not. I think that's very telling that he said, I don't want cameras in there, because if he was a narcissistic, psychopath, like they said, wouldn't he want the cameras in there for all the attention? Mm-hmm. So
it is interesting, that's for sure.
Yeah. Everything about this case is interesting, man.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there was a police chase tonight too. It just ended right as that video ended.
Oh, really?
So I was gonna switch to it. I haven't done a police chase for a while.
Those are fun. I'm from LA, dude, so those are like every other week.
Right. It is interesting. The last one I did was a few weeks ago. That one was crazy. It sure looks like that, but we'll see. I'm ready for this trial to happen. The trial will be crazy for sure.
Oh, absolutely. Sure. Oh my goodness. Yep.
All right, everybody. Well, thanks for hanging out. I appreciate it. Thank you for hanging out on the panel, man. Appreciate it.
Yeah, dude, my absolute pleasure. Thank you.
Oh yeah. If you guys want the link to the sports show, I made a community post about it too. If you want to click over there, you're more than welcome. I'll be back tomorrow morning for the sports, tomorrow late morning, early afternoon, and then we'll be back for a regular Evil CJ show tomorrow night. Not sure what the topic will be yet, but I'll put up the post. We might go into some of them, the old videos that I had from before, from way back then, the grub truck, the Google guy, just some of the different ones, just to kind of see stuff that isn't available for us anymore because I took it all away. So I appreciate all your company. Thank you. Hope
no problem, man.
Peaceful and positive night, and I'll see you tomorrow, whether it's on the sports channel or this channel.
Yeah, I'll see you one way or another, man.
All righty. Good night, man. Thanks for hanging out.
Thank you. Thank you, guys. Have a good night. Good to see you.
Good night, everybody.
All right.
Good night, everybody.
System malfunction. Welcome to the future.